And welcome back to the Sunbet Poker Tour. This is day 6 of this stop in the series, the second stop at Sun City of the nationwide tour. This is our high roller, day 2 of the high roller. They are still completing the first 9 levels of re-entry. There will be 3 more levels this morning. Gary is busy briefing the players out at the table. We've got a very interesting feature table lined up for you. And some big chip stacks out there already. There was a starting stack of 300,000. Gareth Khalil is the chip leader with 1.4 million chips after that massive hand between himself and Giovanni and Doc Pather. Giovanni flopped an up and down straight flush draw. Gareth flopped a set of 7s. Kinesh floated one on the flop and then on the turn picked up a gut shot and a spade flush draw. Gio was on the club draw. All the money went in, and the set of 7s, although Gio found his flush on the river, it paired the board, and Gareth took in a massive pot. Gio re-entered slightly later after losing the last few chips he had, and has spun that right up, and he's over 1 million chips, and he's lying second in chips. And you will see Gio on this feature table this morning. So that's bringing all the viewers out there up to speed. In the background, you can see all the other tables in this high roller. We expect some players to re-enter this morning that were knocked out late last night, and players that didn't enter yesterday can still make their way. There's plenty of play with that 300,000 starting stack. Doc Pather walking past. Nice shot of Gio in the middle of the screen there. Always good value on the feature table, Gio. Comes up with some smart chips and a little bit of banter, and of course some creative plays as well. And he's fresh from his win in the super high roller earlier in the week. Ahmed Karam needs no introduction. Bozo. So what a table. And you have Alvin Pillay as well. Vigandas, self-proclaimed best player from Lithuania. And there's Alvin Pillay, who's high up on the nationwide leaderboard from Times Square and into this series. Henny Appel as well. So what a feature table we're bringing you this morning. The players are just settling in, check their chips that they signed for last night, and we will give you all the chip counts now. So in seat 1, Henny Appel, 266,500. Vigandas in seat 2, 431,000. Bozo in seat 3, 322,500. Alvin Pillay, seat 4, 235,000. Gio, as I said, spun it back over 1 million, 1,440,500. Ahmed Karam, seat 7, 411,500. And Nico Vichers rounding out our feature table in seat 8, 325,500 chips. So there we are, getting ready for the action. Alvin Pillay has raised with the ace 8 from under the gun +1 to 17. Gio has called with his suited 7-8. Nico Vichers folds out the way around to Henny in the small blind. He folds. Vigandas with a raggedy ace in the big blind. Gets out of the way, so we'll go 2-way to the flop.
Might be seeing some big stack action from Gio today, Mark. What do you think?
I think he'll use that stack well, like he did in the Super roller, Gaz.
Yeah, he wasn't shy when he had a big stack there, that was for sure. Of course, Gio could ball back in again yesterday and spun it up beautifully.
So no help to either player on that flop. The ace high still ahead.
Nice shot at Henny's head. Big Nico on the table. I think the second time we've seen him up here this series.
Yeah, Alvin puts in the continuation and takes down the hand.
Yeah. Okay, so players just feeling themselves out. Most players on this table will be wholly familiar with each other. Most of them played a lot of poker together, and we're looking forward to seeing some good action.
Yeah, and a very interesting feature table this morning, guys. We're going to certainly have action.
Yeah, I agree.
And even Henny Appel, who's at the bottom of the chip count on this feature table, still got 43 bigs. So nobody in any danger, plenty of play available.
Plenty. Okay, I think I've done all my admin. Can focus on the screen. Alvin Pillay, top left of your, center left of your screen, where you'll be under the gun player. top player Alvin.
It's folded round to Ahmed, the Jack 10.
I have a feeling it's going to be a warm day today. It's quite warm in the back here this morning.
Ahmed raises the Jack 10 from the hijack. Any on the button, let's go the rare gaze.
So first time we've seen Vigandas on the feature table this series. Vigandas Summits, originally from Lithuania, now a resident of South Africa. Self-proclaimed best player in Lithuania, and just a character of note. Enjoy his company very much, and always nice to have at the table. I'll tell you now, he will be betting in multiples of 7. It's just his thing. It must be luck, I think, a lucky thing, maybe. Who knows? We are peculiar breed poker players. Peculiar being a nice word. I could think of some other expletives for sure. Anyway, Gio with the big stack, top center right, is your under the gun player, and he will be leading the action from the next deal. And the deal this morning coming from young Philip. So welcome to the feature table. First appearance of this series. Some great feedback on the stream yesterday from everybody. We appreciate all the comments. Keep them coming. If you've got a question, any suggestions to improve, camera angles you'd like to see, or just generally poker chat, or let us know where you're watching from. We're always glad to hear from you. And for the people who send me the personal messages, you know, on behalf of my team, we thank you for all your wonderful words. And we strive to improve, and we'll keep on bashing along. So, thanks again. Vigandas, Queen 10.
Raise from the button to 13,000. He's going to find opposition in the blinds with both those hands that those players are holding. Looks like David's already made the call. Action on Alvin. Counting out 3 betting chips there. We'll put a little squeeze in. The 3 bets with the best hand, actually.
Yep. Nice picture of Alvin there. Actions back on Vigandas. Bottom left of your screen, and there's a better picture of him. Vigandas deciding whether he wants to enter into the fray. The answer to that is negatory. David needs to decide whether he wants to come along with this 4-bet. It's a bit early in the day for to be risking chips for no reason at all. David working out the hand. He'll fold this, I'm sure. Yep. And Alvin will get that through.
Yeah, a nice strong play by Alvin, not flatting in the big blind, but 3-betting, putting the squeeze on.
Good play.
Yeah, Gaz, you said they're strange, our poker players. I think the little idiosyncrasies and the superstitions are what you're alluding to as well. And they all have them.
We do indeed. Whenever I play in tournaments, I always have my schedule of events taped to the mirror in the bathroom. It's my thing. So when I'm shaving, cleaning my teeth, whatever, I'm looking over what's coming, what I'm currently in, what my plans are, etc. I don't go as far as to stick my left foot in my left sock first. Okay, so there's your outer tables at the back there. Rajiv and Farid, of course, the unmistakable. Warwick Regan, of course, and that'll be Moto and Gareth on the back table there. Currently 44 entries into this, confirmed with the staff this morning, and expecting a few more. We know the Cornelli clan are arriving today, so maybe one of the two of those maybe. And some of the Cape Town Massive as well. Henny with the King 10 suited.
It'll be interesting to see if Solo makes his way down for this tournament as well. We haven't seen him in any of the earlier.
Oh, Jared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clash of the diamonds, yeah. Vigendas makes the call.
It will be very feisty if diamonds come on the flop, that's for sure. Let us see.
Alvin in the small blind, King 6 rag. Folds.
So Gio in the big might have to just give this up. Yep. He'll give that up and go for a little wonder. So 2 players to the flop. 8, 9, 4. So ace high ahead. Some straight possibilities could develop for Henny, but at the moment I think he's just going to incinerate a few chips with his continuation bet. See if he can tell the story, and whether or not Vigendas wants to continue.
It's not much for Vigendas to call with his ace high with a 5 kicker.
No. Vigendas is folding here all day. He's too astute to worry. Already the chatter begins between the two of them. Okay, he's a non-believer.
He was gauging Henny's reaction when he reached for the chips there.
Okay, so Vigendas looking to develop something on the turn. Also sends a message to Henny he's not being pushed around. So the 2 of clubs really is, it's not a brick, it brings a gut shot for Vigendas of course, but it's a bit of a wing and a prayer. Up to Henny now, does he continue the story? Reaching for chips.
78k in the pot. I think he needs to make it around 32 or 33 to get rid of him.
That'd be a small bet though. 30 into 70, I think, for Vigendas. Let's see what his bet was.
He's betting
Bet 33, yeah, so you were close. Vigendas already counting out the call here, so definitely a non-believer. Maybe he's looking for his gut shot 3. It's early in the tournament, so yeah, doesn't want to risk too many.
Nicely played, Henny. I think the sizing was just about right there.
So shout out to our sponsors, to Sunbet, doing an awesome job in supporting the new Sunbet tour. 5 events for 5 years. So, you know, that's a lot of events in poker. Our most recent sponsor, Liquid Telecom, the Liquid Intelligent Technologies. They have an expansive reach and unique offering of reliable high-speed connectivity with state-of-the-art data centers and an innovative digital service that can guide your business towards the digital future. Hello, good morning, Mariette. Joe Steggers. That's Mark DeMarza on the left, I think.
It is, indeed.
With his back to us, that is Johnny Drosinotis.
Johnny D.
I think they put that table up on purpose to try and test our linguistic skills. 10-2 for Nico, they go in the muck. And he'll probably have a rest after that last little escapade with his King 6 here. Yep, round of Vigendas, Ace 10, we'll see a bet here. 15 pots, 15 in the pot. What do you reckon? 7K?
Yeah, increments thereof.
17, not 7. I knew there'd be a 7 in there somewhere. Ahmed with the ace jack is in the big blind here, so without a shadow of a doubt he's going to defend. Yeah. So 2 to the flop, ace, queen, 8. So both players pick up the ace there. 1 heart each, 1 heart for the draw there, so backdoor only. And Ahmed ahead, obviously, with a better kicker. There are some opportunities. Let's see if the high cards come. Let's see what happens. Bet 27. I think we could have predicted that one, Mark.
We'd have the 7 in it, absolutely.
And Ahmed's going to come along by the look of it. Got a large enough piece to keep him involved. He's not afraid. And the turn card is a 7.
Yeah, no help for Vingendas yet.
But he'd be happy to see the 7, I'm sure. Check. Ahmed. 57,000 will be the bet. Vingendas continues to tell the story. I don't think Ahmed's done with his hand yet. I mean, what is beating him? The 2 pair, obviously. So ace queen, which is the story you could tell. He's not going to give him ace 8 on the pre-flop. So
yeah, he's only worried about ace queen, ace king.
yeah. So as I said, he's not finished with his hand yet. That's a call to 57. We'll go to the river and gets a bit straight here, but that's about it. So Ahmed gets the check mark.
Check, check. Vingendas shuts down on the river.
And his Ahmed's kicker will play. Ahmed will take down the pot. 104,000 profit. Thank you very much. Nice start of the day.
Yeah, nice pot for Ahmed.
Be interesting if Vingendas had bet the river there. You know, whether or not he'd have got rid of Ahmed.
Yeah, he would have had to commit quite a large portion.
I know, it was 6 figures. For sure. It was 100,000 plus to get rid of it. I mean, to tell the story and make it make sense. Certainly those were the numbers. So I've decided that enough was enough. So let's drop down to the next table here, Mark. We've got Faisal there and Lum, of course. Nick Anoy with his back to us. And I think that's Lauren with her back to us.
Yeah, and Stephen Courtney.
Steve Courtney. And then between Steve Courtney and Faisal, I don't recognise who that is. Didn't quite get a big enough glimpse.
You were just seeing the back of the head.
The jersey looks Jason Straussish, but the hair doesn't.
The head looks Abdul Essa, but
possibly. We'll find out later. We're back to the feature table. 3,000, 6,000. 6,000 on the big blind ante, so the price of poker is going up. 15k in the middle to start us off, and many will deposit these cards back with the dealer. Round of Vingendas, who's folded. Ace Queen suited for David Rosenthal. David will have something to say in this hand out of the hijack. 14,000 the raise from David. Alvin with 10-2's already out the way. So Gio folds, Ahmed folds. Back round to Nico in the big. Looks like he's going to defend his big blind. So Ace Queen suited versus King 8. David in position here.
Nico gets the best of the flop.
The king is king.
10,000.
Oh, David now knows that Nico's got a king. Heart draw board for David.
Yeah, he upped his outs from 3 to 9. And I'm sure he'll increase the bet size on the turn. 57k in the pot.
Snap call.
I think Oscar didn't take his time thinking about that, so Dave will know he's definitely got the king.
Needs to bink the heart on the river.
Oh, ace will do.
The ace will do. It's just so sickening when you're in Nico's position, like the Greenstein comes along, you know. Barry Greenstein with alluding to the fact his book is called Ace on the River, of course. So the Barry Greenstein does appear. David will stick in, well, we've got 117 in here, about 65, 70.
It's gone more.
Big will go home.
96, 91.
Just under the pot.
Look at Nico's face, he knows.
That's a polarizing bet. That's the you have it or you don't have it. And it's just too much for me to pay you off, because I only have 266 behind. If I call and I'm wrong, I'm in bad shape. I'll be down to about 160. Yep.
Tells him you got me on the river.
He knows that David knows, and David knows that he knows, and we all know. Soon, in 30 minutes' time, everybody else will know. It's all about knowing, obviously. There we go. Giovanni with $1 million up the top. David with a smile on his face. Got some talking chips, so the volume will go up now.
Walked out with Bozo last night. He said, I was entertaining, wasn't I? He said, you certainly were entertaining last night.
I actually said, who's that talking? I had to look down and I saw him lingering around my ankles. Yeah, I've given him some flack this morning already, so good for him. He asked me how good he was yesterday at putting his cards in the box. A private joke between David and I. So I'm always having to ask him to put his cards in the box. But yesterday you were doing a good job, Mr. Rosenthal. Very good.
So round to Bozo with a 10-7 suited. He raises.
14,000.
Alvin Gio out the way. To Ahmed's out the way. Round to Nico. He's folded. There's just the big blind of Henny. King Deuce. He may not elect to. Oh, he's going to defend those. There come the 4 chips.
They're only 500, so he's thinking. Yep. Bigger denomination, you know, I think he'd have stayed. We're back to those idiosyncrasies again. Looks like Alvin's more interested in the newspaper.
Yeah, a gravel racing track in the background.
Yep, we know what you're doing. Okay, so Moon Khan in the bottom forefront of your picture, sporting his Gary Player outfit today, the man in black.
And that was Mr. Sun's head that between Stephen Courtney and Faisal. So
Yeah, I saw him rebuy in this morning actually. He was the first rebuy.
Gareth up at the top there with the chip lead in the tournament, 1.4 million.
Just sneaking out from behind the dealer. And of course Harold Brooks, unmistakable in his hoodie there.
That's the back of Moto, I think, there.
Yeah, Motor's on the left at the top with the black hoodie on, with the black rain jacket.
6,000 to play.
So lots of faces out in the crowd. Nice to see them all, nice to catch up with all our poker buddies over the period. And it looks like David will enter into the fray from the under the gun position. Just as I was saying how good David had been with his cards, now he does it to me. Look at that look. It's like having a 4-year-old. Gonna have to beat him.
Recall in earlier series you used to call them the Bozo box because he never put them in there.
Yeah, good old Dave. I don't think it's intent. A lot of players are so focused they forget sometimes. Ahmed's very good. He'll put his cards in the box and then just drag them out to the side, which is his thing. All good. Nico gets rid of his 4-2. Henny with Queen 10. He's out of the way quick, which is interesting. Vegandas with 3-2 in the big blind will get rid of it.
So we go 2-8 to the flop. Alvin focused on Boza, even though it's not in the hand, showing players what you should be doing. Get that information while you can, even if you're not in the hand.
So Ahmed 3-bet, and that's going to get those out of the hands. So that's it, over and done with. And Ahmed will pick up those with the Queen 10. So nice move there from Ahmed out of the cutoff. Picks up a few more chips for his pleasure. Gio sitting nicely there on $1 million, 7-figure stack. Just a shout out for all the staff here, you know, delivering coffees and cool drinks and stuff like that, on the go all the time, and just the nicest attitude. The Sun City staff. I've got to be honest. I mean, I've been doing this for a while. I've been to a lot of the tour stops, and you know, generally speaking, the Sun City staff are pretty good. You know, generally very attentive. Very rarely you find one who's having a bad day. So shout out to their management team, who must do. Their leadership must be good. There are no bad staff, there are just bad leaders in my book. So well done to them. Alvin, talking to leaders, he's not going to lead the way with that apparently. He folds. Gio with ace-2 has decided he's under the gun +1 will take this on. Suited ace, of course. Ahmed out of the way. Nickel with the 10-4. Good discipline, gone. Around to Henny Apple in position on the D. King 10, puts some chips on his cards. Notice they are larger denominations than the previous time.
Yeah, not greens this time. He's put the...
He has upped the ante to the oranges. So that means he's going to call. There we go. Know your players, huh? Character of note, Mr. Henny. Good friend of mine. Always a pleasure to spend time with Henny. Always got a good story. All right, so 2 players to the flop, all small cards. So ace high will be ahead here. So it checks. 10 comes in. Henny picks up the top pair here, second kicker. 94% equity, and basically Gio's drawing to one of the 2 aces that remain in the deck. Bet fold, message received and understood, and then he will pick up the 29,000 that was in the middle. Well done, sir. Card stream, from the flop to the river we deliver. I like that.
Yeah, that was the competition that you held, and that was the winning slogan.
Yeah, we gave away a jacket and t-shirts and all sorts of stuff. It was very nice.
Tomato front left of Pather.
Mr. Joseph Steggers, bottom right.
Big Johnny D.
He is a big unit, eh? I mean, Mark Tomato's not small.
No, Mark's not a small man, but he looks quite small next to Johnny D.
Yeah, and Mudasar Amir to the right of the dealer there. So, welcome all. Saw Mariette this morning. I said, I'm disappointed we've got no glamour on the table today. She said, I'll be up there later. Don't worry. Good for her. Gio, 8-2 under the gun. Back to the dealer for those. Ahmed with ace-6 suited. Carbon copy of the last hand where the under the gun +1 picked up the suited ace and bet. So the raise is up to 14. Henny with ace queen will definitely not be going far.
And now put 5,000 chips on the back of those cards.
Now we've given all Henny's tails away. He'll be really happy with us.
So expect a 3-bet.
Raise up to 34.
There comes the 3-bet.
Bozo gets out of the way. Alvin gets out of the way.
Was in the background there.
Mr. Boazgani, you'll see him on one of these tables shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah, he hasn't entered this 40k fray yet.
He'll be here. Almid decided whether he wants to lock horns with Henny out of position. Let's see.
There's a seat right here, we can sit in a row.
There you go. Gio's inviting Waz to the table.
That looks like a 4-bet from Ahmed.
Up to 99.
Yep. Strong play.
Really sending a strong message back to Henny. You're not going to just push me around and 3-bet me. Now he puts the pressure back on Henny.
So worthy of note for the younger player out there, is, you know, Ahmed still believes he's got plenty of equity at showdown here with the suited ace-6, hence the reason he's doing this. And what he's doing is putting Henny to the test. You know Henny's got a hand. He's just asking him the question. And he's asking the question in a significantly large way. And Ahmed will not be scared to go to showdown with ace-6, trust me, suited. But it looks like he might have just done the trick, yeah? Yeah. That's a great bit of play by Ahmed, huh? Because any folding ace-queen there is in position is a big fold. Nice play, Ahmed. So Dave De Beer in the background there, 100k Dave, Chocolate Dave, amongst other names, Merchandising Dave. He has many names. Always in the background, always getting stuff done, always happy to help people. So shout out for old Davey De Beer, one of Monster Jam's long-term serving staff. Always a pleasure. Back to the game. Our player that just took the last hand down, Ahmed, is now under the gun. Right of screen there. And he gets out of the way with his suited connectors. 2 hearts for Nico also, but too early a position. And he's still licking his wounds from the previous hand, decides to get out of the way. Vigandos, we haven't seen his cards yet, but we will see shortly, I'm sure. Vigandos in the cutoff, so in latest position.
Raise up to 13.
That's what the Lithuanian flag looks like, huh? Green in the middle, white and red. Was not aware. Raise to 13,000. Gio has decided the call.
Ahmed already folded.
So all we know is yeah, Ahmed folded, no?
Yeah, Ahmed folded pre-flop.
So all we know is each player's got 2 cards. So we'll sweat along a little bit here. No idea why we haven't read their cards, just coincidental, I'm sure. So we'll go back to the players. Gio first to act. He's going to bet there. It looks like 15, 20,
27.
27. 7 back at you, Mr. Vigandos.
It just happens sometimes when a player's concentrating, he looked at his cards and put them on top of one another, didn't put them in the box, Gio. It's not intentional, it's just focused in the hand.
Yep. We would have made sure that they got them seen if there was a showdown. I did hear my tech guys in the back just saying to the dealer, just bring them into the flop box frame. Didn't go to showdown, so we will never know. It will be a mystery. A mystery indeed. So Moon is not his birthday today, it's tomorrow. So I've got an extra day to go find him a present. How about that?
Philip busy getting the deal out. Round to Nico under the gun. Pocket kings. Makes it 15,000. And he folded up to Vigandas. 9-7 gone.
15.
To Alvin. Alvin folds. On to Gio. He's out the way. Ahmed in the big. And he won't defend with that, and Nico will just get it through.
I like mine. I like it. I like it. I like it very much. I like mine. No one's got anything they even remotely like.
I tell you what, if it falls to me, and I'm going to put it in
So, as it's not Moon's birthday today, we'll have to decide who else's birthday it is. Mike Myers, there you go, it's his birthday today. The famous actor, Mike Myers. And Rolf Waldo Emerson.
Gary, and there's a nice timepiece there next to the chips, and that side as well.
Rolf Waldo Emerson. Died in 1882, born in Massachusetts. And for those of you who don't know, I'll keep you in suspense who he was. One delay the dealer today, it's his birthday. Apparently he's 21, working backwards also. Not a bad philosophy. Ace-6 for our friend Henny here.
raise. Up to 16. 16,000.
Vigandas with the little ducks.
The question is, can he bet 7 with the little ducks?
And he raised to 16, so
So if he's going to call, he's just going to call. No 7s for him today.
Bozo absent from the table. Round to Alvin. He's made the call.
Joe with a suited Queen 3 into the muck.
Ahmed ace-10 in the small blind. Out the way. Nico getting a price to defend his big blind. 6-1.
Yep.
Set
And
of
there is your
twos.
2. Dewey has made an appearance.
Gut shot for Nico. Nothing for the other players.
And Vegan Dust will check for deception in the hope that Alvin might continue here. Everybody checks. Back to the flop. Another jack here, so full house for Vegan Dust. And everybody else is drawing dead.
Trouble for Alvin now if he picks up the flush draw.
73 in a thing. 57.
27,000.
27. Locked it down a bit. Unfortunately, Alvin's only has a naked flush draw.
On a paired board. So the price is right. I'm coming with.
27.
Nico folds his gut shot.
Well, Alvin, you don't want to see a heart on the river, China. Because that could be a disaster. I need to dodge it. So that'll be all she wrote. Vegan Dust will have to bet here. 127 in the pot, so he'll come out with his 57 now, I'm sure. And Alvin will give him the respect is due, and it'll all be away. My friend Henny in the background, our perpetual eating champion, holding up his end of the deal. For those of you who don't know, we have a list of perpetual eaters. Henny is top of the pops. And he never gets any fatter. He
No, he
doesn't
stays the
put on
same
any
size.
weight. I hate him.
Yeah. You and me, guys.
Back to Alvin. The bet was 57 as predicted. And Alvin gives him the respect and he will fold. So one other birthday today. Anybody remembers the revival punk rock band of 1972 called The Jam? The lead singer of The Jam became even more famous after The Jam ended. Mr. Paul Weller. I actually love his music. His solo albums, it's unbelievable. Such a talented man. I mean, it's unbelievable that he actually came to fame being a sort of revival punk band in '72. Anyhow, if you want some nice music, look up Paul Weller. One of my particular favourites is Broken Stones. Great musician. Okay, Vegan does holding court here as he counts his chips. Don't hold it for too long, sir. You're under the gun.
Yeah,
It will be you first to dance.
I'm sure we're nearly half an hour in. The stream should be out.
We'll have a look in a minute, he says. So we're going to play 2 hours on this feature table with these particular players, assuming they will manage to stay here for 2 hours. We'll take a short break and then we will be going to another table. And as alluded to earlier, the Little Slam is coming online today. I think it's at 2 o'clock, where the players get the opportunity to play the same schedule and structure as a super high roller for just a little portion of the price. So good luck to them. Gio here with a 10-9 suited.
Up to 14,000. 11 no.
Two pair for Gio. Top pair and an up and down four for Ahmed.
Yep, this is a bit of a frisky flop, this one.
20,000.
Gio bets out 20k. I suspect Ahmed is going nowhere. In fact, it would not surprise me to see Ahmed re-raise this. Well, decides to flat it. Interesting card.
Finds his straight on the turn.
Interesting card. So Gio would know there's a 4 card straight out there now.
Yes, 7 outs, 4 of which are for a chop though.
Yeah.
3 of them for a chop. Three jacks for a chop.
Interesting that Gio's sizing is the same as previously, so more of a control bet. Gio needs to see a 9 or a 10 here, otherwise he's dead in the water. And that'll give Ahmed the check mark. Gio shuts down. Ahmed will know that he's not going to get much more out of Gio. He can try. 76 to win 205.
Joe has folded, and Ahmed will take down the hand with the straight.
No free information from Ahmed. Solid fold by Gio there. Solid. Holding 38 bigs at the bottom of the pile. Price of poker's going up. There's a nice shot of the chip stacks there. I don't know what that ring is.
Yeah, I was trying to make it out myself.
National hockey something maybe? Nice camera work for the boys there.
Folded round to Gio. Let's go. Ahmed in the cutoff.
Yeah, suspect he's going to come out here. You like those?
Price up to 14,000.
And in a small blind with 10-3. Not get involved there. More important stuff to do. Get some chow. Peking us also out of the way. And Ahmed will continue to pick up chips. Good for you. Kirsty, Candice and Caitlin. It's Kirsty with a K or a C?
The K.
That's a pity, they'd all be given a C otherwise, wouldn't
Yeah.
they? And there are the beautiful hands of young Philip doing his shuffle. He'll cut those now. Give them another shuffle. Cut them in half, put them on top of the cutting card, and off we'll go. Looks easy, takes a long time to learn. Shout out to all our dealers out there, put a lot of long hours in. So Alvin Pillay here, under the gun, suited King 9. It's kind of borderline call or fold from early position. Looks like he's going to come along. Certainly if he raises this up, it'll send a strong signal.
Up to 17,000.
Does so.
17. So the ripple effect goes. All three players there, all at aces. Interesting. Nico in the cutoff. Not interested. Randa Henny now with the position. Jack Queen, I think he might come along here. Let's see.
Yeah, on the button.
Depends on whether they're suited or not. So he's put 1,000 on the back of each one, or 2,000 on each one. Having a little contemplate. Vegan does with the suited Jack 8 here. What's the food of the day for Henny? Looks like Wimpy.
Does look like it.
I don't know if I'm still boycotting them. Haven't decided yet.
And Boza folds his big blind, and Alvin will get his raise through.
David has been very quiet this morning. Won a couple of hands early on, but since then he's just been sitting back and taking in the action.
Up to Gio under the gun. Round 2 Henny. Cut off. Ace Jack.
Ace Jack it is.
And folded to him this time, so I'm sure he's going to raise.
Different positions, different actions, as Mark is pointing out. So the stream is up and running, has been for some time. Sunbet Poker Tour, the High Roller, Day 2, 40k, 25th of the 5th. The 25th, of course, not Moon's birthday, that'll be tomorrow. Must be lots of famous people born on Moon's birthday, we'll have to check that out later. Who's a famous person born on your birthday? Send us a little note in and impress us. Maybe we'll give you a free hat if you come up with a good one. But it has to be impressive. You know, I think like Jackie Onassis, JFK, something like that. You have to be born the same day as them. And don't make it up because you need to show your ID book if I'm giving away free hats. The staff in here are all like, I was born, we're not interested in staff. You can't win competitions if you work here. Only the punters. So there you go. Anybody who can come up with an I was born on date, famous person, I'll give them a free Sunbet hat. How about that? We will be checking, of course. Okay, back to the action. Hand number 18. Ahmed Karim will be your under the gun player. Blinds are at 3-6, 6 on the big blind ante. By my estimation, we're almost about 50 minutes onto this level. So the blinds will be going up in the next 10 minutes or so.
Nice long blind levels, those 1 hour levels with a deep stack. So the guys that are gearing themselves for the little slam, this is the format you'll be playing as well.
And they'll be circling the wagons in a couple of hours.
Making their way to Sun City if they're not already here.
Yeah, I just watched that road there. You know, the roads are more than adequate, don't get me wrong. But there is a little section there when you turn off the highway past the KFC. There's some pretty brutal speed bumps along there as well by the schools. So just take it easy. And then of course the last final 20 kilometers into Sun City is a beautiful road. So no problems there. If you came the way we came, which is we came from the West Rand side along towards the Lanceria Road, over down past Peakenwood across the dam, and back up the mountain the other side on that new highway. That was a nice drive, very scenic.
So catching up in the action, Bozo raised, Gio called. They both checked the flop on the turn, up and down now for Bozo. Gut shot for Gio. Bozo bets and Gio folds. LED screen with a spinning logo. It's a nice backdrop to the feature table.
It's like having a giant heater behind you. I mean, if anybody get near a TV set, it gives off a bit of heat. That thing gives off a lot of heat. I'm surprised Henny's still got his hoodie on there.
6,000 to play.
Okay, Nico, right of screen. Not really have much to play with today. Round to Henny with King 4 also doesn't have much to play with.
6,000.
Okay, let's see what David's offerings are.
Raise up to 15,000.
Didn't see his cards.
Gio with the rag ace out the way in the blind. The Ahmed in the big now with 10-5 suited.
So heads up. All clubs.
Showdowns. Check. 17. Call.
Yeah, Ahmed to get away from that. Nothing to fight back with. Defended his big blinds.
Yeah, as soon as he didn't get a favourable flop, he was out of there. So Henny will be under the gun.
6,000 to play.
Folds.
6.
Big and dust out the way. Bozo's folder. On to Gio. Alvin's also out the way. Gio 10-9 on the button. Raise.
Up to 14. 14 total.
Ahmed rag ace gone. Nico has pocket sevens here in the big blind. Now he has to decide whether to flat or 3-bet this. You know Gio's range from the button is fairly wide. So he's counting out 3-betting chips. The raise was to 14. He's gone, yeah, about 50 odd.
To 1.
Yeah, he bet to 51 and takes the hand down.
Cell phone's not at the table at all. Don't leave your phone to the side. Our first and last warning on this. First and last warning.
Can you give Alvin?
Everybody.
Can you give Alvin a
Everybody.
check?
Huh? Doesn't matter, I'm giving everybody a warning. No, no, because they're going to give 17 warnings eventually. But no, that's a lot. I need it just now. Thank you.
So nicely played by Nico there, using the 3-bet, knowing that the range will be wide from the players to his right. Bing and dust under the gun with a6, folds.
6,000.
All the way around to Alvin is folded. Gio, King, Queen.
Raise up to 15. 15,000. Call. 15 total.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you, Neville, for tuning me back in with the soundboard there. Just had to pop out for a second. 2-3 for Henny. He'll be having flashbacks to that last hand yesterday.
Yeah, he quick fold there, so 2 to the flop.
He flopped 2 pair against the Sarah too, so it was quite bizarre. I just bumped into Jesse outside, Jesse Rosen. I said, I've just renamed you Run Good Rosen. He's had 3 bad beats in a row. Terrible.
18,000.
But still smiling, which is good. 2 hearts here for Ahmed, which is a nice flop. Top pair for Gio.
So Gio's bet as the pre-flop aggressor, and he's hit his top pair. Ahmed just flats.
King of Hearts on the turn. Ooh, that would be sick, wouldn't it? Story to be continued. Top pair.
5,000.
Second kicker.
That's what, 45? Ahmed calls the 45,000 bet.
So we can see the 6 of diamonds is there. For some reason our software didn't pick it up. No issue with the technical team, so just go with us here.
3,500, 7,000, and 7,000. 3,500, 7, 7.
Gio checks the river. Ahmed gives it up. Gio takes down the hand. Gio said, I wanted to check to let you bet.
Okay, blends up. Turn up.
There are the 3 ladies working feverishly in the background. Caitlin, Kirsty and Candice.
And no, that is not David Rosenthal. Caitlin, far better looking. So Caitlin from the left, so there's no Mark Joseph just joining the crew there. Kirsty in the middle and Candice on the right. Feverishly working behind the scenes. Welcome to the feature table to Jesse Rosen. I hope I haven't jinxed him by calling him Run Good.
Shame, the poor man has had a few beats.
He's had 3 really bad beats in the last week, so yeah. The last couple of days, sorry. So we wish you well, Jess, and let's soldier on.
7,000 to play. 7,000. 7,000. Raise up to 15. 15,000.
Sounds like a raise. Gio raises it up with his suited 1-gappers. Pocket kings for Nico. First time he's seen a hand in a while, so this will be a 3-bet, I'm sure.
Raise up to 14.
And that 3-bet will get plenty of respect.
There's a bit of trouble for Henny. Now it's been raised, re-raised, and action on Henny with Ace King.
You know, Henny would do well to get out of the way, yeah.
Yeah, just looking at the action and who's the person is that's 3-betting.
Bottom of his range here calling, that's for sure. Of course, Henny's sitting with Ace King in his hand. We'll put Nico either on the same hand, Queens, Jacks, maybe something like that. You certainly won't be putting him on pocket Kings or pocket Aces.
All in.
Henny's all in.
Oh, wow.
Well,
Okay.
Vegan Dust will quickly fold here. Trust me, there's no version of Nico folding here.
Joe's quickly out the way.
Cool.
Yep, there was no version of him calling, folding. So we'll go to the flop. Good luck to both players. Our dealer will bring both hands into shot. So it's a fairly easy equation here, Mark. We're looking for an ace, eh?
That's it. Those are the outs for Henny. And Nico looking to dodge them.
Oh, in the window. Ish.
One out for Nico now.
That's a sick one. And I think Henny might just about cover Nico. Just.
Very, very unlucky for Nico.
We'll go back to the table shots and the players will bump knuckles, commiserate, celebrate, etc. Let him count it up, he says. He says you might get changed, so we'll have a count up. Right and proper thing to do. Look where you started, Gio. All that trouble.
66.5. Yes.
He's covered. Or is he not? Let's see if our calculations in the back are right. Philip is doing the addition. Philip won't take too long here. Accomplished dealer, knows how to count chips. For those at home who are wondering how you do it, you always count the big ones first. And then go down to the small ones. That's how it works. Okay, so 4,500 left for Nico. Don't spend it all at once. And chip in a chair. Good luck, Nico. We wish you well, sir. And nice hand for Henny.
David Moodley from Secunda. Good morning, Gary, Mark, and poker lovers. David loves poker. He used to travel all the way from Secunda to Joburg in the middle of the week to play poker.
Yeah, I used to stay in Secunda when I worked up there for Cecil years ago. Bit of a way out. Once you get past Springs, and then you have to get your gun out, you know. That bloody highway. Here's Springs, lock and load. Nick Hanoi there with Lauren Pierre and Steve Courtney. Looks like Edgar in the background.
Mark Tamata, Big Johnny D.
Yeah, they're all tucked away in there. Nico was the only guy who didn't get the memo about the black t-shirts today on the feature table, eh?
Yeah, everybody else wearing dark.
7,000 to play.
This is very darker. Should be mandatory that you wear fluorescent colours on the feature table to brighten it up. Anyhow, we're brightening it up, Mark. I'm sure.
7,000.
And
Okay, then I'm brightening it up.
you are with the bright red, guys. I've got black on as well.
Jeez,
Wearing the
no.
Monster Jam Media Crew shirt.
I was talking about our personalities rather than our dress. We have no impact on the visuals.
Oh, we catch you out on screen there occasionally, guys, briefing the players.
My cameo appearances. Fleeting glances. Here we go. Vegandas with a 7. Alvin with a 7. Nico all in with 2 7s. If we see any 7s on the flop, we have a problem. So about 50 minutes to go on the level. At the end of this level, as alluded to earlier, we will be changing the table out.
Bozo bets 10. And Nico will be drawing dead because Bozo has a bigger heart and there are no 7s left.
Very fit.
Jack, of course, no help. And Nico is eliminated.
Okay.
For now, he may well re-enter.
I like Nico, nice guy.
Yeah, lovely man. Hilly out there, morning good people. Nice to have Hilly on the stream always.
The dragon has arisen. Breathing fire. How's it, Hilly?
And Mr. Jack 4, Leonard Barton, welcome. Good afternoon to the world-class team at Monster Jam.
Nothing
and
wrong with his
Sunbet.
ears. Nothing wrong with his ears.
Hope to see you all soon. There's Nico taking the walk down the corridor with Davy De Beer.
Yeah, because he's watching the picture, so he doesn't see somebody coming from here. Somebody should stand next to him. Who's next to him?
Action on Jesse is folded. Joe, let's go the rag ace, round to Ahmed. Any with a lot of chips now in the cutoff. Putting the ace king all in and against kings finding the ace. Alvin.
Looks like he's calling. No, he bet, sorry, and David folded. Didn't see Alvin's cards. There's a nice shot of the chips. Those are Gio. Wearing his Hugo Boss top today. Riffling through his 50s. Nice tidy stacks there. We encourage people, and in accordance with the rules of the game, albeit it is a request that players stack their chips in 20s or 10s. Just makes it a bit easier to count when we're playing. You can glance across without needing to ask a player how many chips they have. So Donovan Harris has just came up, and he's referring to my Waldell Emerson quote. He's right, he was an American transcendentalist who was very much against slavery. Well done, sir. Good answer to the question. Don't win a hat for that, that's a Google answer. But nice to have you on board, Donovan. Nice to have you on board. We'll find some other little ditties and questions for you later.
Here's G-Pat in the background, working the executive producer in the absence of Mike this week.
Mike who? Where is young Collett anyhow? Returning at the weekend, I believe. Claims to have a day job, but I don't believe it. Okay, off to the flop. 9 Jack 5, so both players pick up the Jack here. Vegan Dust with a better kicker. 1 spade on board for Jesse, so you need runner for the flush. Vegan Dust is going to bet out here.
27,000. 27.
Jesse's going to make the call with his Jack.
Yep, nothing wrong with his call. Spade on the turn would make it interesting. He's 23 change. There we go. That's not going to make it interesting. 2 bare for both players. 7 kicker. Opportunities arising.
Plenty of them, as you can see at the top of the screen.
Just the 19 outs for Jesse.
Both players check.
And there you go.
Full house for both.
Everybody loves a chop pot. To be honest, that was the saving grace for Jesse there. Otherwise he was going to get tied up.
35,000.
How much is Vegan Dust going to raise? How about that? There you go. They're just gonna play for stacks here, surely. What's beating him? Pocket 9s. Back to Jesse, who will shove it all in.
We'll just flat
it's
call
just flat
because
call.
he says it's splitting or I'm losing 2 lines. So
Okay, take the chips back. All the excitement's over. And neither player deserved to lose there. So a nice result.
nice shot of Mariette and Moon and Stephen Courtney. Outer table.
I'd agree with the nice shot of Mariette. I don't know if there's such a thing as a nice shot of Moon. Maybe a nice shot at the Moon. Good boy. Birthday tomorrow, Mooney. And Mariette chuckling away with Moon there. They've obviously just had a little heads-up battle there. Always got a smile on her face. Unlike Edgar, whose birthday it was yesterday. He must be getting old. 49 yesterday, I believe. The world now knows. Actually, I think he was 47, I'm not sure. Back to our feature table, the overview there from the boom shot, heading back towards the LED screen. A very nice shot indeed. Nico, of course, now left us, so we only have the dark shirt brigade on the table. And the tables are balanced, so we will continue to play with our 7 competitors. Okay, under the gun player will be Ahmed, Jack 10. Blinds at 3, 5, 7, and 7 on the big blind ante. So 17.5k in the middle before we get off the starting line. $7,000 a call for any under the gun +1. That's mid to late position when we're playing so short-handed.
Up to 17.
pocket crabs for Mr. Vegandas. He's going to go crab hunting, see if he can find himself another tray. And the action will be around to David. David glancing down. Dave's in the cut-off. Looks like he's folded. Alvin in position on the dealer button. Putting together a pile of chips. Calls for 17. Around to the blinds. Looks like Gio is called also.
Action still on Jesse.
On Jesse. Gio's in the blind, obviously. King Queen for Jesse.
Looking to 3-bet, yeah.
Like his style.
For a raise. Up to 75. 75,000 total.
So Jesse put 75,000 in the middle there. It's a big chunk of his stack. Players will notice that he's prepared to risk that. Jenny gets out of the way. All of a sudden the threes aren't looking so attractive for Vegandas. Let's see if he decides to come along and go hunting. Away they go. And I suspect Alvin will give those up as well. Strong move from Jesse. Alvin asked how much you got left behind and wada, so look at the little smirk on Alvin's face. Yeah. Cheeky little bugger. Alvin gives it up and Jesse will pick it up with the best hand. 65,000 to the good, so that'll repair any damage from previous hands, and he will sail along. Darren van der Volt says, afternoon, gents.
Yeah, Darren from the West Rand.
Yeah, all these people from the West Rand. I'm from the West Rand. Not originally, obviously. Do I know Darren? Don't know. Maybe, maybe not. If I don't, hello Darren. If I do, nice, how's it? Okay, back to the action. Mr. Honey Apple in picture, 5-2 of spades. Do you know, I think that picture we had of a ring earlier was Honey Apple.
Could well be.
And maybe those were these initials on the ring. In fact, I'm getting a nodding dog motion from Gordon, which assumes I am in the correct back garden there. I just saw the ring now as he folded his cards.
7,000.
So the mystery has been solved. Bring on the next challenge. It's like playing in the Crystal Maze.
16,000.
Who remembers that program? It was rather bizarre as well. Pocket sevens again. Alvin this time.
Bozo raised from the hijack.
Everybody at home now saying, George, you remember that, the Crystal Maze? How stupid was that game? My sound guy Neville stretching and crunching up and down here, getting all stiff. That's what happens when you get old, Nev. Not like us youngsters.
45,000.
Sprinting majestically across the plains like galloping buffaloes. Gio Zanetti with the pocket nines. 41,500 to call. You'll see his name is flashing green at the bottom there. That means it's his action. His turn to play. Wow.
Yeah, well, the problem was Bozo raised and Alvin 3-bet, so now he looks down at nines out of position.
And he thinks Bozo's going to come firing. So, anyway, Alvin gets through. Solid fold there by Gio, based on information available, so no criticism, as they say. And I will consult the clock, and the clock will tell me we have about 34 minutes left.
And Moaz has jumped in there.
There we go, Mr. Wasgoni, the walking cricket encyclopedia. What he doesn't know about cricket isn't worth knowing. Trust me, I am right. I do like the old IPL cricket, I've got to say. It's exciting, you know, a bit of razzmatazz, rather than the old boring old test. So 35 minutes and some seconds to go. I see that we have a clock up on the board. Total number of entries are now 50. 50 times 40,000 equals how much? 2 million.
Which was the guarantee for this tournament.
Yep. So congratulations for the guarantee. I'm sure there'll be more re-entries and other people coming in. So well done to the Sunbet Poker Tour. 35 minutes to go. Blinds are sitting at 3-5, 7,000 on the big blind, 7,000 on the big blind ante, and we are with Henny with the ace 10 in the big blind. There's been a raise by Jesse to 15k, and that will not get through, Jess. Trust me, that will not get through. How much, Henny? Is it a flat or is it a raise? He will give Jesse some respect here, having seen his play already. I suspect he will just call.
Yeah, and he's called and checked dark.
Yeah, so a little draw here for Henny. 2 clubs on board with the top pair for Jesse. So a little bit of spice in the mix.
If you're going to raise with Queen Deuce, that's not the worst flop in the world, that's for sure.
Indeed. So the King of Clubs on the turn would be the sickest card ever.
And he comes along. Checks dark again.
Oh, there you go. And he's drawing dead. Jesse will do well to check back. Mind you, he's got Jenny had the bet and he's already checked, so maybe we'll see some chips go in here. How much is Jenny prepared to call for a gut shot? Looks like it's some black chips there as well. They're 10s. Across to Henny. I think he might give this up. Yep, not paying that for a gut shot. Jesse gets there with his Queen 2 of clubs. And we will move on. Looks like Gio and Ahmed have gone for walkabout. And there indeed is your timing clock. 32 minutes to go and some change. Blinds currently at 357. Average stack 468,000. Total pot accurate to the cent. 2 million. Nice. Very nice indeed. This is your 40k buy-in. And high roller here from the Sun City Resort in Rustenburg. Nice. Got some great shots for the camera boys coming up today. When I was at the cameraman meeting this morning, and they got some very innovative ideas. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of that. And nice to see these guys being able to practice the craft they studied so hard for. So shout out to the camera guys. Okay, Jesse's raising it up here with the pocket 10s. Gio out of his seat, his cards are folded. Ahmed is back, but with nothing to fight with, as does Henny. He'll probably give up his small blind. Jack 7. He knows that Jesse's reputation is in good shape. A little scribble of the face. It's Jack 7, Henny. Yeah. Vegan dust. In the big blinds, Jack 4. The price of fame is 8,000. Looks like he's going to defend. And we will go to a flop. Pocket tens versus Jack 4 of hearts. Not a welcome sight for the tens. So if Jesse picked anything up from that, a continuation bet will get rid of this, but let's see. Yeah, so 15 the bet.
15,000. 15. 15.
1-5-15, Mr. Vigandas. And that should be all she wrote. You see, I've good cards, he says. We know what a jack is for. Have a nice day. Jesse smiles wryly, picks up these chips. 25k to the good. And he will soldier on. So here's a birthday. I like this one. This Dave knows I'm a flipping Formula One fan. Ayrton Senna, 21st of March. Beautiful.
The late great Ayrton Senna.
Yeah, what a fantastic driver he was. Taken too early.
So Dave Moodley, you're in the lead for the cap with that entry. Gaza likes that one.
Yep, we can have that one, Dave. You're in the lead. Long day in front of us, though. Who's got an obscure? Who shares a birthday with an obscure person or a famous person?
That
Tell us your birthday. Tell us who it is, and if we like it, we're going to give you a Sunbet cap.
Is that Chrissy Late out there?
Dave Moodley in the lead with the Formula One, the late great Ayrton Senna, the 21st of March.
I think that is Chrissy Late that has joined out there.
Chrissy Late, the scrappy. Did you know that the ANC recommended shutting down every scrapyard in the country to stop the stealing? I don't think that's a good ploy. I'm not talking politically here, I just don't think it's a good idea to shut every scrap merchant down in the country to stop people stealing copper. I think you'd rather just increase the police to stop them stealing the copper so the scrap people can keep their jobs. That's just me, call me old-fashioned. What a mad idea. Anyhow, Chrissy Late does recycle precious metals and normal metals. Does a great job down there, got a nice company, family fit business down in KZN, and always nice to see Chrissy at the table. Wonder if he's got his lad with him this week. Don't know. King 6 for Bozo. Looks like he's called. And Pocket Fires versus King 6.
Juicy flop.
Indeed it is. Couple of hearts there.
Fives won't like that flop.
I think Jesse might just check this back. Yeah. Let's not get involved too early here. Things get worse for Jesse. Bozo now has top pair. He'll bet this. Jesse gets out of the way. Not going to be risking anything for a biscuit here. And Jesse will fold his fives. 4 overs on the flop and the turn. Thank you very much. You did try, but you did miss. Bozo had the best hand on the turn. Plus the redraw to the flush. Not a bad flop and turn if you're Bozo there with those hearts, Marco.
No, I think Bozo was enjoying it. Thought
Big
it was
smile.
quite juicy.
Big smile. Kooky, kooky. Well, Jesse will now be our under the gun player, top sender of picture. So about 25 minutes to go on the level. I've enjoyed this opening session this morning greatly. There's been some good poker. Been an all-in as well, of course. Ace King for Gio. Gio will come out firing here from under the gun +1. Never easy playing when you've got Ahmed Karim to your left, of course. Ahmed gets out of the way with 10-2. Around the corner, past the dealer to the Jack 10 of Henny Apple. So we've got 2 greens, a red and an orange. Does that mean he's a bit Dear Macaw?
Indecisive. Dear McCall, good one for Gaz there.
Not bad for a pommy. A little Dear Macaw.
It's called.
Vegan Das with the computer hand. Is out the way. David's out the way. Olvi with the ace-2, looks like he's calling. So we're 3 ways to the flop. Jack 10 always flops good now. Told you, gut shot for the Jack 10. Not much else happening there, to be honest.
No.
I mean, ace king is ahead, of course.
Gio continues.
20,000.
And he gets out the way. Not going to pay for a gut shot. Olvi to do the same. And Gio will pick up the 42k with the best hand. Good work, young sir. So Donovan Harris is doing his research here, Mark.
He's a Google man.
Seems like loads of famous people were born on the 29th of March, including John Tyler, not very famous. John Major, definitely not famous. Christopher Lambert, famous-ish. Brendan Gleeson, famous-ish. But the most famous was probably the horse called Man of War. I like that. I like that a lot. It was a horse called Man of War. Very nice, Donovan. You're in the mix. You're in the hunt.
People on the stream are just busy watching now the Ace King versus the Kings. And he's Ace King versus Nico Vichas' Kings. Ace on the flop.
That was exciting, by the way.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile, Gio is raised with the 2 fish hooks. Alvin with 10s in the small blind.
This could be a battle royale. Both suits covered, interestingly, so the flushes are all in Gio's hand.
And Alvin's 3 bets.
Re-raise up to 50. 50,000.
Oh, and Jesse with ace queen suited in the middle.
Also with spades, with 2 overs. I mean, you know, and I know that a 3 bet's not a good idea, eh? A 4 bet, sorry. I don't know if Jesse knows the action's on him.
Yeah, he's thinking because of the action, there's been a raise under the gun. 3 bet from the small blind.
I can see, I'm just thinking by his facial expression. I
Yeah,
didn't know.
he's like,
Oh, he
what
does
do I
know.
do? Yeah, what
He
I
does
do,
know.
what I do, and he
Get out of the
folds.
way, which is probably sensible.
Back on Gio. Yeah, I was just going through his thought process. He's thinking, oh, raise under the gun, 3 bet in the small blind. What do I do with this ace queen? And I think he took the right path.
Gio's got that little look in his face for the 4 bet here. Yeah,
He'll put Alvin all in.
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Five, 16.
516,000. It looks like Alvin's calling here.
Yeah, he's gone all in.
There's all in. I mean, it's a sick one, but here we go. What does the flop bring us? Will it favour the tens?
Only 110 available. That's why only 2%, 4% for
No
him.
flushes in play now. And there you go. It is over. The jacks will take it down. Well done, Gio. Unlucky Alvin. We may see him again.
Gio up to 1.3 million chips.
Flying along nicely. So those of you who don't know, Donovan Harris was born on the same day as the Man of War racehorse. I don't think he was born the same year though, it was 1917. And he died in 1947. And a thoroughbred racehorse to boots. And of course children included the War Admiral, high-tack War Relic, etc. So a very nice bit of trivia for Donovan there. And we appreciate your input. Awesome.
There's a little,
Sorry.
sir, there's the high roller that side. There was talk of a turbo satellite this morning for this high roller.
It didn't happen, as far as I know. I was there with Jesse Asmark and he said no. There are famous people born on my birthday, the 25th of April. Anyway, I just turned 50 last month. I hope that's enough to win me a cap, but I'm not at Sun City. I'm working on the following. I'm working and I'm following every minute on YouTube. Mark, once again, you are fantastic and informative and, of course, full of humor, which makes it so much more fun to listen to and follow all day long. Adrian Padiachi. There you go. You got a fan, Mark.
Thanks, Big AIDS.
I didn't write what he said about me because I don't want to embarrass everybody.
Yeah. But thanks, Adrian. Good friend of ours.
Mr. Padiachi. I'll read the real version later.
I like that version, guys.
No, he was complimenting us both. I'm just funning with you. Thank you, Adrian, as always. Nice to have you on the stream. Unfortunately, you didn't win a hat yet. You need to find some more famous people. The people you put up there were Vladimir somebody, Al Pacino, Rennie Zellweger, Jay Park, Johan Cruyff. Oh, we might give him that. Ella Fitzgerald. Oh, well, now you're talking proper music. Jason Lee, Aljit Singh, whoever he is. He must be a Bollywood actor or something, perhaps. I don't know. Anyway, nice to hear from you, Mr. Adrian. See you soon. Back here, Jesse's got the tick mark, so this will go to showdown. Gio will show his garbage, and that will be that. Queen High 9 kicker. Nice work.
Ahmed been fairly quiet. He did one very nice 3-bet earlier on, and not had too much to play with since then. There's Chrissy late having a chat with Alvin.
Yeah, it's getting quite populated out there, isn't it? Busy old spot.
His outer table's filling up.
Yep, and we'll be going out shortly to have a look at who's going to be joining us on the feature table, the next table. In fact, I'll go and have a wander and do that now.
So Gary out to go and scout. So action on Henny is folded, round to Vigendas. He lets go. Bozo, 8-4 suited in the cutoff. Folded to him, so he'll raise.
16,000.
Gets quick folders from Jesse and Gio. Ahmed in the big blind with 10-6 suited, same suit. And he will defend. So 8 for Bozo, gut shot for Ahmed. Bozo will continue with his pair.
15,000.
And Ahmed does what he does best, putting the pressure back on David. 3 betting, representing that he's holding the ace. Well played by Ahmed. So as time is winding down, we move back to the feature table. Almost time for the break.
7,000 split.
Bozo folds round to Jesse.
Up to 15.
Is raised. Pocket 10s to 15,000. To Henny. Henny in the big blind with king 9. Makes the call. All spade flop. Jesse's the only one that's holding a spade, so he increases his equity in the hand. Only 2 kings as outs for Henny now.
$10,000.
Darren van Volt says, has Gareth still got that big stack? Well, the last time we looked out there, he still had a lot of chips, so we'll find out at the break. He bagged the 1.4 million overnight. He's on those outer tables.
7,700.
Is this a protest?
There is a picture of Gareth in the far corner, just the other side of the dealer. Can't see his chip stack.
The crazy guy.
You accidentally played together.
Is it?
Johnny, what was yours? 7,000.
I don't know. Chittery with
Raise
I thought what?
up to 15. 15,000. Jan 10. 50.
Johnny, what's happening with your mic?
Jeez, we don't go there, man. I'm actually involved in that.
No, I know you told me to discuss this.
I'm actually got lawyers on the account.
I'm just listening into the banter of the players there. So it's been raised by JC with the King Jack to 15,000. Round to Vigendas in the big blind. And he folds and JC gets that raised through. Plus 17,500. So Thomas Hendrick says, will the Little Slam be streamed? The answer at this stage is I am not sure. We're busy with this high roller. So this has to run through still. The Little Slam only starts at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And decisions will be made later. Possibly when this high roller is finished, we may jump into the Little Slam, but those decisions will only be made later.
I only met him in person once.
7,000 to play.
Yeah.
7.
So Ahmed in the hijack, King Jack. Same hand Jesse just rolled out. There's Johnny D. He was on the feature table last night. They all out the way, round to Vigendas in the small blind. He folds. Bozo in the big blind with ace-9 suited. It's just called. Eight, 10, 8 flop. Ace-9 still ahead. He checks. On to Ahmed. Bets 15,000. Bozo calls. Seven of spades on the turn. Very nice card for Bozo. He now has the up and down with a nut flush draw. He's checked. The option is on Ahmed. He checks behind. The 10 doesn't change anything. Bozo now 2 pairs with the ace kicker. Has checked. Option on Ahmed. Checks behind and the ace high will win. So GPAT's bringing news out from there that the Little Slam has been changed to 3 o'clock. Will not be starting at 2 o'clock. Time has just been moved slightly on. And there's the timing screen with 50 entries. 6 minutes and 30 odd seconds left on this level, and we'll go for a 15-minute break. Average stack is 517,000. Nice shot of Rajiv there from Namibia, and he's got a fair stack there, a number of blues. Got Gareth just in the foreground. We can't see his chip stack, because there was a question as to whether he's held on to his chips. But Gareth, when he's got chips like that, doesn't get involved unnecessarily.
Nick, I couldn't get King's default either. I don't know why. Worked out for you.
7,000 to play.
Is Nick in the background, Nick Kanoy. So Ahmed raising with the ace queen suited. Johnny D out the way with some diamonds. And he folds. On to Boza in the small blind with the rag ace. Let's go. Jesse with the suited ace in the big blind will probably defend. And he makes the call. So all spade flop there, no clubs for Jesse. Ace queen of Ahmed still ahead. Jesse has checked. And he continues here. There's not really much for Jesse to carry on with.
He's going to get out of the way. So I bring news from the outer tables. Let me just tell you this hand. The flop is ace, queen, 4, 2 hearts. Mudassar Amir is all in. Marriott Language calls with an up and down straight draw and the heart draw. Turn, 5 of hearts. Marriott stands up, about to do her merry dance. Mudassar has got ace queen. River, ace.
Oh,
Full
wow.
house.
Full house.
She did a dance, but it wasn't the one for celebrating. And she is crippled. She is not a happy lady and not in the mood to talk to anybody.
So Mud is there with a nice little river there, making his boat.
And he's got a monster load of chips. Anyhow, the table joining us will be that table with Lauren Pierre, Chrissy Late and co. So they will be on the feature table after the break, which I think is probably in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, thereabouts, guys, with 6 minutes.
Did you answer the question for Thomas Hendricks?
Yeah, we did. And
Okay.
just what we said at this stage, we're going with the high roller. Powers to be will decide later if the little slam gets put on.
Yeah, we'll see this to conclusion for sure.
And also GPAT brought news that the little slam starting time has been moved from 2 o'clock till 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I heard that outside, yeah. Okay, cool. 9-6. Moon Khan hand. Moon known online, of course, as 9-6 the nuts. Versus Queen 10 for Ahmed. 3-3-5. All undercards, Queen high ahead.
Just check to Ahmed. Continues. Quick fold by Gio. So in the last half hour, Ahmed's become very active again. And he's been chipping up steadily. I saw Big Cole's name on in the background there. Must be here for the little slam.
I would have thought so. It's a tough old table, this table, eh?
Yeah, there's no easy spots on this table, that's for sure.
I was actually chatting to Johnny when he got moved to the other table. And he's a Cypriot Greek from the island of Cyprus, one of my favourite places in the world. And as they say in Cypriot, from Gibro.
I waited for you to come back for Mr. Donovan Harris's comment here. He said he didn't use Google. He's competitive quizzer and would love to give you a run in Scrabble, Gaz.
Okay,
big
well,
fan
I'm
of
currently
the game.
on extremely hard mode and I'm unbeaten against the computer. Unbeaten.
It looks like the players are starting to stand up to leave.
Yeah, the break is ensuing. That was the beep. That'll be the 1 hour, the 1 minute warning.
So Johnny D has raised under the gun with the 8-7 off. Ahmed defending. Queen 10 suited. Okay, top pair for Ahmed, up and down and a pair for Johnny D. Ahmed checked.
26,000.
Johnny continues. Ahmed calls.
Two pair.
Yeah, two pair for Johnny now, but that makes a 4-card straight out there.
Players in the higher up complete the hand drawn and you're going on a 15-minute break.
Ahmed calls.
35.
Ahmed betting first. Johnny D calls with his two pair.
Ahmed's got a lot of outs, right?
That's not one of them.
Nope. Johnny will win this hand as long as he stays in it.
So Ahmed took a stab at the turn with the top pair, also trying to rep that 4-card straight. Jack or a 6 in his hand would give him a straight. Johnny with the two pair. Ahmed has another go at it. 50k.
I think he said 40, yeah,
Or
45.
45. Okay, just saw the 50k chip.
Well, Johnny looks like he's going to call it down.
Yeah, it looks like with the two pair, he non-believer of the straight. Makes the call and shows the two pair.
And that'll be all she wrote. I think that's us going on break. We'll be back in about 13 minutes' time.
Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams. A world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid.
Right, and welcome back to the Sunbet Poker Tour. This is day number 6 of this Sunbet Poker Tour. We are streaming the high roller just after the break. We have one more level of re-entry. We've just changing out the feature table. You can see all the players taking their seats there. And a lot of players with big stacks on this table. In seat 1 we have Navs Nike, he's got around 1 million chips. Seat 2 Lauren Pierre, he's got just over 900,000 chips. Mr. Sun around 1 million. Mariette is a shorty stack at this table after that hand that Gary told you about. And there's Chrissy Late, also reasonably short stacked, 155,000 chips. So Chrissy has limped in from the small blind. Navs has checked his big blind. We go 2-way to the flop. It's gone check, check. Players sitting with identical hands, split pot if no one bets. They both turn over. And they will chop it up. So there's Mr. Sun in the center of the picture. Fadir Koka, winner of a previous event and cashing already this series. It's also sitting reasonably short stacked. So there that is, Navs Nike, Chrissy Late, Lauren Pierre, Farid Koka, Hawaii Sun, Faisal Dayu, also just over 1 million chips, and Mariette Language are the players on the feature table. So Lauren will be in the big blind. Farid will be under the gun. Faisal taking his seat. So everybody's here now. So Farida's raised with the 6-4 speculatively. Mr. Sun with the ace-king. Round to Lauren in the big blind. Pocket threes. I don't think Farid raised. I think Farid folded under the gun. Two diamonds and a gut shot for Mr. Sun and 2 overs. Action on Mr. Sun. The Sun continues. Big flop for him there. Gut shot, 2 overs, nut flush draw, and Lauren gets out the way. And Lauren's temporary Lithuanian status will be removed and she will be reinstated as a South African. So Farid now, who didn't raise that hand, was Mr. Sun that raised. It's in the big blind. Queen 9 suited for Mr. Sun. Says it's from too early. Faisal out the way. Mariette out the way. Chrissy on in the cutoff with the Jack 10. It's just called.
40,000.
Navs completes from the button. Navs raises to 40 with a 9-3 from the button. Getting feisty.
Up to 40.
Everybody folds, and Nav will steal that from the button. Nice play by Nav. Gives Lauren some change. Folded round to Chrissy. It's folded. Navs folds round to Lauren. She's out the way from the button. So Farid in the small blind. Completes. Action on Mr. Sun with Ace King again. He's not going to allow that to be limped to him. Puts in the raise. So 2 Ace Kings for Mr. Sun already on this feature table. He'll be enjoying that. So Mariette looking for some spots now after that huge hand that Gary explained. Where she turned the flush and then Madazia made the boat on the river. She's out the way, Chrissy's out the way. Navs folds, on to Lauren, she lets go. To Farid on the button, 7-6 suited. Gonna put in a little raise from the button, I'm sure. And he raises it to 21,000. The Sun with the rag ace folds, on to Faisal. Ace Jack suited. He's looking at that short stack of Farid, he could put him all in here. Makes it 61. Effectively putting him all in. And Farid folds, and Faisal will take that hand down. Mr. Sun will be on the button. Chrissy will be under the gun. Mariette will post that big blind. Ace Queen for Chris. Navs with Ace Jack. Folds around. There was a discipline fold by Navs to the early open from Chris. Faisal in the small blind, let's go. Round to Mariette. Queen 9 in the big blind. She makes the call. flops it. Queen 9 versus the ace queen. So top pair for Chris, 2 pair for Mariette with her short stack. I can see those chips going in the middle. So she's gone all in and he snap called. So 2 aces as outs for Chris.
I've got an all in.
Or running hearts. 6 no help for him. Now only the ace. No Barry Greenstein there, and Mariette will get a welcome double up. So welcome double up for Mariette.
Don't want to get unlucky like that.
I'll leave Gary to deal with all the birthdays when he does come back. Thomas Hendricks says thanks guys for us information on the Little Slam, and he's enjoying the stream either way. Nice to have you watching from Cape Town there, Thomas. Well, it's folded all the way around to Farid and Mr. Sun. They both let go. Faisal on the button. Ace 10. Folds. Mariette raises and steals the blinds. Mariette on a bit of a mission there. Folded to her. She put a big raise in with a 9-4 off. And steals Chris's blind. Insult to injury after she just got away with the Queen 9 against his ace queen. There's Bank Solomons, young up and coming player on the rail there, busy watching. Sporting a new haircut. Getting all spiffy and ready for the 5K Little Slam, I'm sure. Lauren folds. Quick folds around to Mr. Sun. From too early. Faisal, let's go the Queen Jack. Faisal folding tight range here. Mariette out the way from the button. Chris limped in. Given a walk to Nav. So Nav gets a walk.
I'm calling ace 10, jack queen. Don't get involved. I'm not even joking. Don't give nobody double. I'm coming through your watch there more chips.
So Farid with a short stack under the gun. Going to the muck. Quick folds round. Mariette has folded. Chris has folded. Action on Navs. He lets go. Blind on blind. And Lauren will get the walk and take in her blind and ante. She'll be happy with that. She had King Jack. Nice hand anyway to defend with. There's a picture of Nick on the outer tables. Nick Kanoe. His lucky charm there. So nice picture of Nicky there. Messaging home. With his chip stack in front of him. Back to the action. Mr. Sun under the gun. He folds, round to Faisal, he lets go, round to Mariette. Ace 9 for her in the hijack. Stock range raise has been to 21, so let's see what Mariette thinks, if she's from too early or if she's going to raise the stock 21.
26,000.
She makes a little more, 26,000 to go. To Lauren in the small blind, King 10. She folds that, and Farid lets go, and Mariette will get her steal through. Farid with the Mauritius and Reunion Islands flag there. So the button on Lauren. Faisal will be under the gun. The sun posting the small blind and the big blind. So Faisal under the gun folds. Round to Mariette. King Jack suited. So let's see what size she raises. She raised 26 with the ace 9. A little bit less. Chrissy late moves all in. Yeah, I think she's going to be obligated to call from what I can see with what's left there behind him. So all in by Chris Late. Folded all the way around. Lauren folds. Action on Mr. Sun. Ace Queen for Mr. Sun. And he is isolated.
458.
Mr. Sun with his ace queen has isolated Chrissy, and Mariette gets out the way.
Way more likely.
So Chrissy at risk here.
48. Sorry.
Pair of sixes versus the ace queen, the classic flip. So we have the all in. So good luck to both gentlemen. Well, ace in the window, only one out for Chrissy now because the 6 was folded. Oh, and he finds the 1-outer on the turn. Chrissy finds the 1-outer on the turn and gets a welcome double up. So he'll be quite happy with that, and picks up the blinds and antes and Mariette's raise. So in actual fact, he'll end up virtually with a quadruple up there. So Chrissy spins, he's 38 up, he's tripled up to 106. 106 from the 38. So we're quite happy with that. A 1-outer on the turn. Carrying on the exciting poker that we're getting here on the feature table. Chrissy has just limped in with a 9-8 off. Folded all the way around. So we're going 3-way to the flop. Ace on the flop for Mr. Sun. And he will bet it. Faisal with the gut shot comes along. Another ace for Mr. Sun. checks his trip aces. He gives the free card to Faisal. Mr. Sun bets, and that'll be the end of Faisal in the sand, I'm sure. Missed his straight draw. With Mr. Sun checking that turn, Faisal's thinking, can I bluff him and bet him off this? That he doesn't have the ace, maybe he has a 10 or a queen. And that's what thought process is going through his mind. And there we go. Pays Mr. Sun off. He actually flat called, thought his king eye might be good. Thought they might have both been chasing a straight draw. There's a picture to the outer tables. Panning across back to this feature table. In a different pit today, the players of this high roller. In the far pit, because making way for the little slam that's going to fill up all the other tables. Chrissy moves it all in again. Navs folds. Lauren's out the way. Farid with pocket nines. He's got a decision to make. It would be his whole stack. Faisal with ace jack, he's asked for the count. Faisal has 965,000 chips, this is under 100,000. Faisal gets out the way, Mariette out the way.
Wow.
Pocket sixes again for Chrissy. Pocket nines for Farid. So Chrissy in a spot of bother here. He found a one outer last time. This time he's got two outs. Oh, one outer again. Oh my word. Unbelievable. One six had been folded again. He finds the one outer both times on the turn. Unbelievable. So go out there, play roulette, and put your number on 6. 6 is your lucky number today. And Farid is eliminated. Still his re-entry till the end of this level.
I was just about to say I didn't come down here.
There's Mansour, he is a compatriot from Mauritian Reunion Islands. There's Gary in the distance, where the little slam tables are being set up. Wow, Chrissy with sixes, running extremely hot. Finds one outer twice on the turn both times.
What do you have? You're too bad.
So Lauren is raised after having been inactive for a while. Chrissy defends his big blind. Pair for each. Top pair for Lauren, second pair for Chris. Chris is checked. Lauren will continue. See if he believes her. He makes the call. So he's got 4 outs. That is not one of them, but he adds extra outs now for the jacks to come in for a straight. So there's up to 10 outs now, or 8 outs, factoring the cards that were folded. Lauren checks behind. Three on the river is a blank. Lauren has the winning hand, providing she doesn't fold. It's gone check, check. And Lauren takes down the hand. So there's the leaderboard. Lauren at the top here at this table, 121 bigs, 973k. And Chris at the bottom after getting extremely lucky twice on 18 bigs.
Max. Can't tell. I was looking for Jared.
Easy, bougie ball, then extra setup.
Faisal in the cutoff with the suited ace. Makes it 17,000.
13 more.
Chris is out the way. Quick folds around. And Faisal will get that still through. So Faisal with the Queen Jack suited in the hijack.
17,000.
Round to Lauren in the big blind. After a raise to 17, she'll defend. While we're in that hand, I've had a guest join me here, Mr. Ricky Sandler. How are you, Ricky?
How's it? How's it, Marky? Thanks for welcoming me here. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I assume you had to come and play the Little Slam?
That's correct. I wouldn't miss it.
Yeah, great event, and I'm sure you're looking forward to it.
Absolutely. It's always well structured and pulls a good crowd. And remember in Pretoria, you know, it's like quite a lot of fun. So very excited.
And your form of late, not too bad. You had a nice cash at Monty, deep run.
Yeah, I went quite deep. You know, just missing out on really the real money, but it's definitely good for a confidence boost, and just to make you, you know, just for giving you that little bit of a push to want to do a little bit better.
So
you know,
you're feeling good and strong for today?
Feeling so good and so strong.
Awesome.
Very excited.
Awesome. We look forward to seeing you out there once you get playing.
Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate that.
Playing time is being moved till 3 o'clock, so you've got a little bit of time before.
Oh, really? 3 o'clock?
Yeah, 3 o'clock for the Little Slam now. Not 2 o'clock anymore.
I'll have to go make myself something to do.
What are you guys getting now?
So Nav's here on the button, folded to him.
Great to see Lauren in these high roller events. She's
Yeah,
actually quite pleasant to have at a table.
and she's doing extremely well. She's chip leader at the table,
Oh
over
wow,
900,000 chips.
that's brilliant.
Because it's the end of revise, just to give
And you underestimate Lauren at your peril. Lauren's got some game and has improved steadily over the last few years. Took down that title in Mauritius, had a few wins locally, so she's not to be
Okay.
trifled with.
I wasn't aware of the win in Mauritius, but yeah, she's got. Let's be honest, she's got quite a good teacher at her at her disposal. So I wish like I could tap into Ahmed's mind, but she definitely holds her own.
So Mr. Sun going to come along with the gut shot after Nav's bet his bottom pair. Turn brings a spade. It's a danger card for both players. Mr. Sun checks. Action on Nav. He's checked behind as well. Mr. Sun blanks and the Jack 8 is ahead here still. Option on Mr. Sun. He's going to have a little stab at it now, having missed his draw. That's a nice sizing into that pot. 28k, it looks like a value bet. So Navs is going to have to decide now whether his 8 is still good, yeah. Navs has got over 900,000 chips, Mr. Sun round the same as well.
Navs is a good player, he'll probably pick it off.
He's replaying the hand in his mind. Have a look, what am I beating here with my 8? There are 2 overs out to him and the flush. So he's just got to work through that process.
And a fold.
And a fold, so well played by Mr. Sun. I think it was the sizing, and it wasn't a bluffy looking size. The size looked like a value bet.
100%.
And I think that was the important thing in that hand there.
100%.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of incredible action. I don't know if you've caught up any of it on the streaming.
Yeah, I was watching a bit of the Super High Roller the other day. My life's a bit crazy now with a little one.
Yeah.
And it's been a bit busy, but yeah, I try to catch as much as possible. I mean, the commentary is great and the feed's great. It's very professional. It's such a pleasure to watch. You get a really good idea of some of these players, what they actually play with, as opposed to not really ever understand. I mean, you know that they're good and you see what they're capable of, but you actually don't always know what kind of hands they play. So it's great for insight into other people's games. And I think that's my biggest draw to watching the feed, is just to figure out when I'm playing against some of these guys what kind of range that they look for. And I've definitely taken a lot from it.
Yeah, no, it's very insightful for myself as well. I mean, I do 10 days at a time at all these series, and this is my 6th series with Gary, so we get a lot of poker in.
Wow.
Get a lot of homework on all the players, and I think it has changed my game to a certain degree as well. It does open up ranges in certain spots, etc. So Lauren is raised with a 10-7 from the button. Mr. Sun is going to defend.
41.
Can't see his cards at the moment. Faisal's out the way with a Jack 4 suited. And Mr. Sun actually 3-bet there. Graphics were in the way, so he's putting the pressure back on Lauren. And this is something we've seen a lot of at the moment, is the people in the blinds 3-betting back at the button raiser and the cutoff raiser.
Very nice.
Knowing that they're opening with a wide range from there and putting the pressure back on them. And as you glance to your left here, you'll see all the stuff. I mean, since you were last in the back, I think there's been an upgrade in the equipment and everything we've got, and the amount of people in here. And you can see it's coming across in the production. I think it's got a lot slicker and a lot more camera angles, etc. And that enhances the viewing for the viewers out there.
When we first started here back in the days when I was blogging, there definitely, it's not like there was like the feed was amateur, but there's the improvements and the quality is far beyond what we were at that point, and it's only what could be expected in the evolution of a really strong poker tour. I mean, I see we've got 6. There's 8 guys in the room at the moment, and Gary's also not here at the moment. So, I mean, I remember there being 2 or 3 or 4 guys at a time. So it's already got quite a strong team here, looking very focused.
Yeah, absolutely, and bringing G-Pat in with all his experience on cameras and that has helped as well.
Yeah, Gordon Patterson, what a legend. Really nice to see him. You know, you don't always know what kind of crowd you're going to pull into these things. So for my own knowledge, I've really just joined you, Mark. Can you update me how many players are left and how many entered and so on?
So at the last look on the timing clock, we had over 50 entries into this high roller event, and it was a 2 million guarantee. So at 40k each, you can work it out that gets to the guarantee. We were 30 odd players left. This is the last level of re-entry still. So we can't finalize all the entries until this level is over. Then we'll have a look and see exactly how many entries we got. So it's not in the freeze out stage yet.
It's great for the tour that's able to reach the guarantees. You know, it just means that we can that the game can continue strong ahead. I mean, if you're not reaching those guarantees, it's hard to continue with running these tournaments. But as usual, they've drawn in a really nice crowd.
Yeah, and it's absolutely awesome. And I mean, if you look at that picture of the stage with a big LED screen behind and that, the setting is professional. Everything is up to its game in this whole tour. And the 5-year sponsorship from Sunbet, this means this can just go from strength to strength.
Geez, do you guys have a job for me? I mean,
we're hoping that it goes forward from strength to strength. That is the plan at the moment, the 5 things. Speak to Mr. Allen, our captain of the ship. So Mr. Sanya in the cutoff is raised with the King Jack. Marietta's folded round to Chrissy. Just before you came, Chrissy got it twice in with pocket 6s. Both times only had 1 out because the 6 had been full. Both times found the 1 outer on the turn.
Are you kidding? That's amazing. Better be lucky than good.
I actually said he should go out and play roulette and put his money on number 6. So the jack for Mr. Sun, nothing for Chris.
Chris had a massive stack at Monty at some point. I remember him being like an overwhelming chip leader. Not sure what happened from there. I don't remember seeing him later on. But the Oak knows how to accumulate chips.
Yeah, you'll have to spin it back up from here. He's very short stacked, 118. He did have one hand against Mariette, who was also short stacked. He raised with ace queen, she defended with queen 9. The flop came queen 9. So she flopped 2 pair. There's a look at the outer table. Got Jesse Rosen, got Gio, got back at Ahmed, got Johnny D, Vigandas, Henny Appel, all on that table, and Chad the blogger from Cape Town, he's there. And in the background you've got Madazia Amir in the other table, Nick Anoy. So these are all the players that are still left in this high roller. Amongst others, yeah, the usual suspects. And Madazia has come a long way too, from a little bit of a novice down from Maritzburg. Came along with him at series and that. Now he's upped his game, come into the 40k, and he's doing extremely well. He's got around 1 million chips. So Mariette with the pocket jacks on the button. Raises to 14,000. Oh, to 40. Wow, okay, that's a big raise.
Surprising. I mean, on the button you want to see a bit smaller, draw some oaks in. Although what is nice about the bet is it can also appear to be a bluff. You can see Naven's definitely interested in continuing with an ace-10.
Yeah, he's in the big blind. He's already invested 8,000 for the big blind, 8,000 for the ante. 32 more for him to call into a 60k pot, 2-1.
He's sitting with roughly like 8 times her stack, so it's not like he's got too much to be afraid of.
It looks like he wants to 3-bet her here. Look at this. He's got all the blues in his hand. He wants to put her all in. He's thinking of applying max pressure.
Won't be the best timing, although for Mariette we've already seen 1 jack folded.
There he goes. All in call. So we're going to go 2 to the flop. Mariette is at risk. So the ace 10 versus the pocket jacks. There's only one out for Nav. 2 aces were folded. 2's no good for him. She just has to fade the Barry Greenstein. And Mariette will get a welcome double up. So nice double up for Mariette.
I'm a sucker for the ladies in the field, so good to see a few of them represented.
Yeah, possibly we can get the guys to have a little look at that timing screen first, then we can see how much time is left for the re-entry period, how many players are in, and what total entries we've had. That would be nice in the break, somewhere in between hands. Here's a shot of the feature table, and to the left the other tables that are still in this high roller.
Looks like they're 3 or 4, probably 4.
There were 5 tables going, so we're not sure how many tables are still out there. It's a little bit difficult to see to the left. You can only see 2 of them actively from here.
Used to love blogging about Mr. Sun, you know. The best is when you've got Sun and Moon sitting at the same table, which I saw at the Super High Rally the other day. You know, the Sun versus Moon story. I know it's a bit lame, but
and they added to it because they had Sun and then Mr. Moon and then they had Geo, and Moon said that we've got the Sun, the Moon, and the Star here. He actually put it out like that. So Navs has just limped in with the ace 5. Blind on blind here. He hits his 5. Nothing for Lauren. He'll bet and she'll be off quick folder.
don't think she could have gotten those cards in any quicker.
Yeah, no, they were folded PQD. So we move on to the next hand. There is the timing screen, 51 entries, 26 players left. This is the 9th round, which is the last level of re-entry. There are 16 minutes left. Blinds 4,000, 8,000. Big blind empty of 8,000. So you can see up there, average chip stack is 588,000 chips now. Well done to the guys out there, getting that for us.
So we're still relatively deep. At least there's a lot of play that can still go on. You know, even the short stacks. I mean, those short stacks are actually in a bit of trouble with basically 20,000 chips around going in the middle. But most people, I mean, the average is sitting at least 25 big blinds.
Yeah, and then those are the only two tables then on the outer, because we're down to the 26 players. So there's been a lot of knockouts recently, as will happen at this stage just before the end of the re-entry. Players trying to either spin up or move. Mr. Sun raises a huge raise with the ace king. After Chrissy raised to the ace deuce, he wants to isolate and put him all in. Chris folds the ace 2. So Chris raised, Mr. Sun came over the top, and he gets rid of his ace deuce. We've seen Mr. Sun do that quite a lot with ace king today. He's added a few times, and generally there's been a raise before, and then he's put in a big bet to isolate it over.
So strong. I mean, I'll try and, you know, I would play it differently, try and find some customers. But then again, he's he's got a lot better results in this game than I do. So I don't know. I try and draw people in. You know, I'd like another caller perhaps. But yeah, certainly don't want 3 or 4 callers.
I think he's just looking at that. Chrissy's been spinning it, so he's quite prepared to isolate him and put him all in and hope to be up against the one player. So I think it's a little situational there. So Lauren with the ace-7 on the button. Makes it 19,000. The sun's out the way, Faisal's out the way, and Lauren will pick up the hand. He had a bad one with ace-king for Henny Appel. He got very lucky. It was raised, and Nico Vichers found kings and 3-bet, and Henny 4-bet shoved over the top. Nico, of course, called with the kings, and the ace came in the window, and that was all she wrote for Nico.
I'm not too familiar with Nico. He must be quite new to the game.
He's been around for a while. Big Nico Vichers, big unit of a guy. Trust me, when you see him, you won't miss him. He's like 6'8" and square as well. Big man. Plays a lot out in the West End there, and we know him from there. And he's been around it on the tour. Saw him at Monster Jam quite a bit, and the other series in that as well. Had some deep runs. Finished second in one of the events to Maxine at Monty, the previous series, not this mini one, the longer one. So pocket queens for Chris. This time he's raised Mr. Sun in the big on the D with a Jack 10 suited. Comes along. Nice hand, Jack 10 suited in position. I don't know if it's so nice when you're up against queens, but still likes to see a flop with it, and he's got the chips to do it. Mariette in the big blind. Spun that stack back up. She was on just 100 a short while ago. Did get lucky with the queen 9 versus the ace queen.
I'm not surprised to see her reach for at least calling chips here.
Yeah, it's a hand that can flop well. She's got such a good price as well. She's looking for clubs though. No help for her there. And a great flop for Mr. Sun. Flops the double belly buster and the straight flush draw. How's that? Just to give him a lot of equity and a lot of outs. You can see that he's statistically equal with the queens. Yeah, there we go. And he snap calls. So the red lights will go on the table. That's a new innovation as well. As soon as the player's all in, the red lights flash on, add to the drama.
Okay.
That's what the young lad to my right is doing. Alon, he's put the all in and goes. There's a jack. All the outs for Mr. Sun at the top, 13 outs. And he doesn't find one of those 13 outs, and Chrissy will get a welcome double up. There was no version of Mr. Sun folding for that stack with all those massive draws there.
Jeez, Mr. Sun missed the world there.
He absolutely did. He had so many outs. Couldn't find any of them, and Chris is quite relieved to get a double up. He'll double up to 211,000. Yeah, so little innovations when the player's all in now. The red lights flash all the way around. It goes up on the big LED screen. The flop cam picks up and puts the hand up on the big screen there as well. So it's little innovations just to add to the drama and the theatre of things.
This is what I like about the Monster Jam tours. You guys don't just rest on your laurels. There's always something new and something exciting that's brought to the table.
So action on navs under the gun. Pocket deuces.
Baby shoes often lose.
So you're of the opposite to the never lose. Any apple, I think, of the never lose variety. You're of the often lose variety. Put it this way: if you raise and there's a flop, you're going to see 3 overs guaranteed.
Yeah. But if you find it, it's very.
Yeah, we saw a big one yesterday against Henny. He defended with 2-3 in the blinds, to a raise from the 2s, and 2-3 came. So somebody else had a set of 2s, and he was sitting with 2 pair, and he shed a number of chips. Trust me. So the hand that he loves was turned against him. So he has raised, and it's been defended with from the big blind by Chris. Whatever Nav's bets here, Chris can't call. Nav, I'll show you. Puts in the continuation. There's nothing for Chris there.
As soon as I hear that, I'll show you comment at a table. I usually go with the with the raise. It's not exactly the greatest sign of strength.
Nav said, you show me, I'll show you. Here we go. Chris didn't want them to see he defended with 5 deuce off. So Navs will be plus 30k there. Yeah, and these new camera angles we got with a big jib can swing around through the room and that. As you can see, it swings across. Can zoom in on those outer tables, pick up the action sometimes. You can see Gareth in the background. He had a monster stack from last night. And I saw him earlier. He's got 1.5 million chips. Got up to 1.4 million in a single hand last night.
Is he our chip leader? Or
Yeah, he was chip leader. I don't know if anybody has surpassed that yet. But going into the day, he was chip leader overnight with the 1.4 million that he bagged. And he said he's chipped it up slightly to 1.5 when I saw him earlier.
I'll take it.
21.
Yeah, it was an absolute monster hand. Three-way all in. And he'd flopped a set of 7s against the up and down straight flush draw of Giovanni. And Kinesh did a 40k flip because he had a gut shot and a spade draw and he came along. And the board did bring the club on the river for Gio, but it paid the board and made a full house for Gareth. And that was 1.4 million chip pot. Considering they start with 300,000 chips, massive.
Yeah, that's massive. Takes off the pressure, that's for sure.
100%. And afterwards they were all mocking him, saying, "What's the matter, Gareth? You shut shop. Shut the paint shop, shut the plumbing shop, the electric shop, they all shut." And he did. He was very selective thereafter. And wisely so. Why get involved when you've got that stack? You don't have to. You can pick your spots and wait. You don't have to do silly things or get too creative or anything like that.
Yeah, look, I mean, it can vary with different players. Some players see it as an opportunity to continue chipping up. I'm definitely on the side of playing a bit more conservatively, you know, and you're so far ahead of that average stack that for me is always my point of
reference.
Point of reference, yeah, to how I'm doing in a tournament. Watching that average stack and keeping above that average stack. So having such a chip lead, you know, why get involved, but at the same time, opportunity to bully a little bit and pick up chips. Just depends on your style of player.
Yeah, it was like 4.5 times the average stack last night.
Oh,
Even round now,
life.
he's around 3 times the average stack.
Sure, sucks to be Gareth.
So yeah, so there, and meanwhile, Faisal raised. You can see there's Moto, there's Warwick. At the outer table, there's Moaz. He jumped in later this morning. Can't see his chip stack. There's the back of Mr. Harold Brooks.
Can't have a poker tournament without Harold being there.
Yeah, and he's had one decent cash already, so that's nice. And there's a come to showdown there, and the straight for Moto, and the table is tapped, and the Moto takes down that hand with a straight.
I wasn't familiar with this gentleman Moto before the last Pretoria series, where he seemed to kind of dominate. I mean, I think, you know, if I remember correctly, it was at 2-3 final tables, definitely winning one event. So, like, he's got some game. I actually would love to see him a bit more on the feature table to get an understanding of how he's playing. He's definitely got game.
Yeah, they're very well known to Gary. They used to play up in there when Gary stayed up in Tanzania. They all used to play at the Sea Cliff Hotel there. Moto and Joe Steggers, he's down here as well, and Mr. Shu, who also had a very good run when he was down in South Africa, picked up a few titles, good cashes. So they've got some game, and already this series, Moto has taken down the PLO 5. He won that. And he finished second in the big shot. The 30k buy.
I wish, you know, if there was some sort of guarantee that PLO 5 tournament was gonna go ahead, I definitely would have been here on Monday. I'm like seriously involved in PLO 5 cash games at the moment.
Yeah, they
and,
actually ended up paying 5 places, so it wasn't too bad. And there's the
Oh,
prize
wow.
pool that it came down to, and there's the players. A deal was made amongst the top 3. Motor took the title. MJ and Sean governed second and third respectively. Warwick was in 4th, and Kinesh Paitha was in 5th.
So what was the the number of players in that event?
Well, if they paid 5 places, there must have been at least 40 odd players in that event.
I have a bit of obsession with PLO 5 at the moment. It's kind of like you know, once you go from Hold'em to PLO, it's, you know, it's tough to go back, and then once you go from PLO 4 to PLO 5, you know, it sort of becomes like a bit of an addiction. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's very much the gambling version of PLO, let's put it that way. And PLO 6 is even crazier.
Yeah, I'd have to go ahead and disagree with you on the PLO 5. There's definitely a lot of skill involved. I do find PLO 6 to be a bit of a gamble. Actually, don't enjoy PLO 6. I seem to have found like a bit of a niche with PLO 5. PLO, you'll see a lot more flops, and you know, I've always felt like I had a better edge post flop than I did pre flop. So I'm really enjoying it, and it seems like it's definitely growing so much in popularity. I can't imagine that we're not going to see it growing further and becoming quite a popular form in this country.
Well, you know, the fact that they actually hold it, because in past series all around people battled to get fields for it, now that they actually managed to get a decent field and pay 5 places, bodes well for the future of it.
Well, that's exactly why I wasn't here on Monday, because the last PLO tournament was one that was advertised as one at Monty. I think it was late last year, in the Monty series late last year, and I rocked up for that PLO event, very excited to play, and it landed up getting cancelled. So for me to have come on Monday without any guarantee of it going ahead, you know, would have been a bit frustrating. But I'm really stoked to hear it went ahead, and a little bit jealous that I missed out.
Yeah, and we're coming up to a break now, and it's going to be not a 1 hour break. They've curtailed it to a 20-minute break, which will be the last level of re-entry. So anybody that wants to still register for this tournament or re-enter can come in at the break. A 20-minute break. We will swap out the feature table and move on after the break to continue with this high roller event. Well, I'm just thinking we've only had these players here for one level. There is a distinct possibility we may keep them after the break and not swap them out. That often happens if players have only had 1 hour on the feature table. That powers that be will decide with Gary and keep them on the table. Lauren getting up ready to leave already.
How long are the levels in this event?
1 hour levels.
1 hour.
It's a nice long deep play. I mean, the other in level 9, blinds are 4,000, 8,000 with a big blind ante of 8,000, and you had a 300,000 starting stack.
Wow. I will, you know, it's definitely an event for me in the future.
Yeah, I think at the moment for us, if you can set into this, what a pleasure. Eh?
Absolutely.
Get your shot for a relatively small amount. That'll be perfect. Is that Mr. Deppy in the background there?
Oh, it's hard to miss. So he's the kind of guy you want to get in for some commentary. Very entertaining.
Always got a chip and a quirk. Play a lot in a home game with him. So yeah, it's very entertaining and interesting.
He's very sharp-witted. Some of us have to try really hard to appear to be interesting or funny.
Yeah, I've got to try it for 10 days in a row, 10 hours plus a day. You've got to really try hard, yeah.
For me, it seems like you're a bit of a natural, Mark, and I'm not just saying that. I thoroughly enjoy listening to the streams when I have the opportunity.
Thank you, Ricky. I enjoy your company here, and I'm glad you enjoy the stream. And this will be the last hand.
Stop it.
So he's folded. Let's see if that is the last hand. Because the dealers were told to complete the hand they're on, so let's just see if that was it for the break. Players haven't got up and left yet. So it's possible that the dealer is going to deal one last hand, although she's the
Doesn't
players are
look
now
like that.
leaving. So we're coming in for the break now for 20 minutes. Ricky, thank you for joining me. Run well in the 5K, my friend.
Thank you so
and
much.
have a great time there.
What a pleasure to be here with you and to see the upgrades that's happened in the team. Everyone here looks professional, and it's really, really cool to see what's going on.
Thank you. And we will join the viewers back in 20 minutes' time.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome back to Sun City after our break. This is the freeze-out portion of the high roller event, the 40k buy-in. So there can be no more re-entries after this. And
so we are back and rolling. The table hasn't changed out, as you'll note. We're going to do another 2-hour stint with this table. And we will then have a 15-minute break. We will change the table out. We'll do a 2-hour session, and then we will go on a 1-hour dinner break. So from now, we'll do 2 hours, 15-minute break, further 2 hours, 1-hour dinner break. So get yourself all programmed up, get your burgers ordered, and we're going to be away and rolling with the last feature table. Just a point to note, David Rosenthal has re-entered, and he will be joining us on the feature table.
so he's come in at the last level of re-entry with a starting stack of 300k. Still plenty of play where the blinds are.
The lovely Lauren Pierre. Nice to see her on the table, always. Looks like the action is on nerves.
Still 4-8.
Once again. Again.
Yeah, they repeat. Makes it nicer for people like me. 8,000.
David wasting no time, straight back into the action.
19,000. 11,000 more.
Mariette is defending from the small blind. The Queen 9 suited, Chrissy folded.
See Chrissy sporting his Midwest Metals hat there. Gave him a shout out earlier.
Gut shot for Mariette, nothing for Boza, but he's got the betting lead because he raised pre-flop. Checks behind. Boza finds the 2 now. Mariette checks again.
David treading lightly here, going to bet his 2 now.
That is 15,000. 15,000 to play.
Bets 15k. Mariette decides he wants a call. See if you can spike something on the river. Looking for queens and 9s here.
Jack for the straight. She binks it on the river.
Boza won't be happy she got there, but fortune favours the brave.
So Marietta's check called the whole way. Now the option on her.
That is 80,000. 80,000 to play.
You come in tomorrow.
Would have put my house in your estate.
Boza gets out the way.
No phone under the table.
I got away under the table.
So while we're waiting for the next hand, a big shout out to Wandile, who is our dealer on the table. It is his birthday today. So happy birthday, young fella. Unfortunately, you're working like most of us on our birthdays, but I'm sure you'll get time to celebrate either later tonight or hopefully in your spare time. So happy birthday, China.
Is that right?
All the very best from all of us back here in Cardstream.
I left all the famous birthdays for you because it was your little competition you were running. Hilly and Barry Stemmert, and some of them have given you some there.
Oh, so I got a message from JP Oaks, who's actually travelling up. He said, I'm listening to you guys on the radio. Makes the journey a lot easier. And he said, I'm going to miss the high roller rebuy period, but I will be going into the Little Slam. And he said, I share my birthday with the most obscure man on the planet, Mr. Carl Myberg. Can't argue with that, can you?
No. It's the sun in the hijack, 7-5, it's folded. Round to Faisal with pocket 8s.
21,000. 21,000 to play.
Is raised to 21. Mariette has come along with a suited 10-7.
Cool. 21,000 total. All in.
Money goes in from Chrissy.
2 ladies. Nav with the rag ace will get out the way. Back to Faisal. Gets rid of the 8s. Mariette folds. Chrissy shows them queens.
So Hilly says he was born the same as Dwight Eisenhower, born on the same date in the same year, 3rd of August 1960. Dwight Eisenhower was the 34th President of the United States, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't born on the same day as you, Hilly.
Yeah, I think the same year, like 60, but not the 19.
Yeah, I actually think he wasn't even born in August. Let me check. Born 14th of October 1890.
Okay.
Thomas Hendricks, thanks guys, enjoying the stream either way. Dave Moody, you guys score averages on the 2nd and 3rd player games.
I think he's referring to yours and Mr. Donovan Harris's Scrabble.
Oh, okay, I'll have to tell you my score average. I can do that.
2-player and 3-player games. Bozo under the gun.
Average score per move, 25.65. There you go.
8,000.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Raised to 17,000.
Mr. Sun raises.
17,000 to play.
That's on a 2-player game, by the way. Pocket 7s for Huawei Sun.
Do you share your birthday with anyone famous, Gaz?
17,000.
I have no idea. Yes, I do. Sean Govender. 28th of July. There you go.
Yeah, I have the same birthday as Buzz Aldrin.
There you go. Second man on the moon. Great series running on Discovery at the moment, or History, I believe. It's called Chasing the Moon. 10 episodes, going right the way back to the initial concept of space travel, Major Yuri Gagarin, and when Shepard became the first guy from America to go into space. Fantastic series. Chasing the Moon. Episode 2 has already aired. I think there are 10 episodes.
Chocobit. Chocobit.
Huawei will continue to tell the story. 843 on board. Nothing for Lauren here.
And a float one with the 2 overs.
Looking for that elusive ace or queen.
Or running diamonds.
Chocobit.
King is no help. If she comes out firing, Huawei can get away from it. She's going to check. Huawei checks back. Doesn't like the look of that overcard. 4 diamonds, no good. Board pairs up. 2 pair for Huawei. Only way you can win it is to bet. And to be honest, her story wouldn't make sense. She's repping the 4. Pretty sure Huawei's going to call off a bet here up to half pot. Let's see.
She's ripping the diamond flush as well. Let's see if he believes.
77,000. 77,000 to play.
Big bet. Polarizing bet. You've either got it or you haven't.
And as Gary said, the story had to make sense. In Mr. Sun's mind, it doesn't make sense. He makes the call. And he will show the pocket 7s and take down the hand. There are chip counts at this feature table. 32 and 33 bigs, the two players at the bottom. Still plenty of play for them. Is that Ray Adam that has jumped in there in this event as well?
It is. I spoke with him briefly just now. Wearing his patented petrolhead shirts.
Three tables there now. There were only two tables earlier.
So that'll be the little slam getting sorted out. Quite a few players buzzing around.
Faisal with the suited Robert Falcone.
Oh, Faisal's got a stack of those blues.
Yeah, he's sitting on just under 1 million chips, and there's a lot of blues there. And too many other denominations, which normally shows that he hasn't been active in the recent times.
Chris, a non-believer, ace-jack suited. Two clubs for Nav as well.
He's out the way.
Nav and Lauren both out of the way here. Pretty quickly. Round a bozo. In the big blind here. Doesn't want to give it up easy, but does decide to fold, and I've got two out of the flop.
No hope for either player. Check, check.
10 for Faisal now.
Checked it.
Two pair will take it down. Check, check.
What's that?
55 entries.
If you thought the spot is open to shout it.
27 players still in. Average stack 611,000.
So 50 entries is 2 million.
I'm always looking to shove it.
Thank you for that shot. We're going back to one of the outer tables here. Looks like a big hand brewing. And cards in front of Johnny. There's a fold. Johnny bets and there's a fold. Nothing else for Rajiv. So two ways to the turn. Another picture card comes there. Don't know if the board paired or not. Johnny does the not this. Looks like Jesse Rosen is the opposing player.
Yeah, he's going to bet now.
I think the action might be across the table here.
Yeah, back on our table, there's been a action. We can hear one dealing in the background.
Yeah, the guys are tracking that. And the hand will go across to Jesse Rosen, who's chipping up nicely. Saw him in the break there, and he said he was doing okay. He was happy. So that's nice. He deserves it. Okay, King 10 versus King 10 here.
Both players miss. Action on Chrissy, who was the pre-flop aggressor, is checked behind. Gut shot for both. This calls Mr. Sunbet.
So everybody loves a chop pot.
Bradley singing the song for us in the background.
Mr. Sun will profit 6k of that. He's the only one who does profit.
I told you play hand.
Faisal.
Faisal, big blind. Faisal. Big blind.
Send you mine.
So two ladies on the table, nice to see. Marriott under the gun. Looks like she's recovered nicely after that massive beat to Madasoa Mia earlier.
Action folded round to Lauren. She folds to Bozo.
8,000 to play.
On the button. Let's go. Two sticky people in the blinds. Just a limp pot. Queen for Faisal. He'll bet it. Shows Mr. Sun the queen.
So we wish our compadre Gordon, he's off to play the little slam. So we've excommunicated him from the back here. He has been royally thrown out. That was always the plan for him to go play the little slam. Get a bit of a break from him here. So good luck to him. We'll be keeping an eye on his progress, of course. Outside table, Rajiv chucks his cards across the table. And does Johnny win this? Yes or no? Pocket fours for Johnny by the look of it. And Rajiv is showing a 3, so I'm assuming he hit his 3. 3s v4s. And Johnny picks up some more chips there, chipping up nicely.
Yeah, the last two shots we've had of that outer table, he's been stacking chips. Jesse took the one against him, but the others he's taken chips.
So David to call. Okay, he has called apparently. Yep. Round to Huawei on the button.
18,000.
Oh, he's raised.
Cool. 18,000. 14,000 more. Cool. 18,000. 10,000 more to play.
Two diamonds on board there, 3-4. Jack is in good shape for Faisal here.
60,000, bet. 60,000 to play. $60,000.
but fall in it.
Stay away from you. This is nice.
Basil takes that one down, so there's a nice view along the corridor. And the little slam will be using the tables, I believe, just outside the front door here. On the right hand side of the walkout, which is the ones where the high roller were yesterday. And the reason for that is, hopefully we can get a boom on there and see some of the outside action.
He's coming to you. Straight to you.
Back Solomon's in the background there. Sure, he'll be playing the little slam.
Full house. Bang.
No.
Eight's full of tens.
Pocket
Money
fives,
goes
yeah.
to Mark.
Wow.
Full house over full house. Ganesh out again.
And end of re-entry period, so you can't re-enter. And Nick out as well, all in one hand.
Big three-way.
Big pot for Mark de Matta.
Huge.
Oh, set over set and then boat over boat.
Make it like 27.
So it was raised by Nav, called by Chrissy while we were looking at that outer hand.
And gut shot here for Navs. Interesting dynamic. A lot of the KZN guys on this table. So Chrissy's card marker is a giant magnet, which I had to take off him. Obviously, RFID technology and giant magnets don't mix. Well, I say giant, it was big enough and it was strong enough, trust me. He had two pieces of metal stuck together and it was like, obviously something to do with the fact that he's the owner of Midwest Metals. He goes around doing the magnet test, making sure it's real steel. I'm assuming that's the connection. Lauren folds, David folds as well, I'm sure. Sun with a raggy ace here.
And the hijack.
I need a hot in the seven. That's 20,000. 20,000.
Raises it from there.
20,000.
So Nav with the decision. Looks like he's going to check. Oh, sorry. Two spades on board here. No real help. Ace three ahead.
Dealer's your button is in seat 8. Dealer button in seat number 8. We ask all players please to respect the integrity of the game and play fair at all times. If there are any decisions to be made, there is a comprehensive call that you're making. Please refrain from being disrespectful to any opponents at the table.
So that went bet fold.
And Nav ripping those smaller cards from in the blind, saying that's more in my range than yours. And gets the ace high to fold. You can see in the background, tables filling up there in the little slam. This is across to the high roller. See Max Devison's re-entered, he's at the top there.
I had a long chat with his good lady wife earlier. They're coming back to South Africa, which is nice to hear. The business in Zanzibar is now closed. In fact, that is his wife, second from the end on the top of the picture. So that's a misdeal, yeah.
No, it's not a misdeal, the button's just never. I like the start.
Yeah, the button's on this. It's okay.
Also, the jack. I was fucking furious.
But he doubted watching me. Oh, no, he
No, I
doubted
didn't think I come to you.
Right. Yeah,
So the counter right, but the
yeah. Basically, the button was doubt.
sorry guys.
It's okay. It's okay. Navs was gonna. I was gonna have ace jack. Navs was gonna have jacks.
Yeah, another great jack. You only asked for jack, not for ace.
Well, my first one was the jack, so it was hard to find aces.
We need some action on the table. Warm back up after the break.
Yeah, it's been a little slow since the break. Players are in the freeze-out period now, so we had a bit of frenetic action pre the break when people could still re-enter and some were trying to spin it up or rebuy.
A lovely Marriott with pocket twos.
Calls Faisal's raise.
17,000. 9,000.
I would like to join this hand, please.
So polite, Lauren. I'd like to join this hand, please.
Don't be put off by her politeness and her good looks. She will take you to pieces given half a chance. Lauren checks her 8-6 of clubs. Not much helping her there. Pocket twos. Oh, Faisal first to act, sorry. And we'll get a couple of quick folds here, I'm sure, from the ladies. And Faisal will pick up a little bit of cash.
Nothing for either of the ladies on that flop.
So guess what? The little Stam is off and running.
Number of tables out there.
Yep. So we've already got 1, 2, 3, 4 tables. And I'm pretty sure that's going to grow quite exponentially as the day goes on.
What problem do I have to give it to?
That was a big word. Exponentially.
No, I don't have. I like
I don't like to ask for change.
I like to be the guy with the give change.
Yes.
No, but it's not
Yeah,
good
exactly.
It's not nice to
Big
ask.
Nico Vickers going in there as well. Saw him earlier in this high roller.
The Sun has got 53 offsuit here.
And he just refused to give change. The most absurd thing is to
Raise to 18,000. 18,000 to play. 18 to win. So what's up? 10,000 more to play.
That was easy. Chrissy raised, everybody folded.
Do you have a prop bet for Shady? No, I'm just on my own, unfortunately.
Boxing.
I'm about to jump into it. Good luck, guys.
I've no idea who that was David was talking to. I could see his face very briefly on the preview camera. But don't know. Something about prop bets for shaving someone growing a beard. Okay, next hand, Faisal under the gun. 1.1 million. Nice work if you can get it. Ace 2 for Marriott. away, yeah. Navs is away. Lauren is away. David in the small blind. Three ways. Gut shot here for David. Looking for a 5, I think. There you go. So make a straight, I suppose. Board is a bit plushy, of course. David's going to take this one down. Well done. Nice then.
There's a shot of the 3 tables that are also in this event. Pick up a number of the players that we've pointed out previously. Gareth's still got a very nice stack out there as well. He's kept it from overnight. Gary said Malaysia had amassed a big stack, and it looks like he's hung on to that. He was operating in the front right-hand corner here. And we saw Mark Tamata take up a very big hand when he flopped a set of 8s and Ganesh flopped a set of 5s, and they both boated up. And Nick also eliminated in that hand.
Marriott with King 10 here. So she's just called aces for Chrissy.
It's 22,000. 22,000 to pay. 22,000 to pay. Total 22,000. 22,000.
So Marriott's going to come along and have a look. Already invested in the pot. Not much help for the King 10 here. Ace is obviously miles in front. Marriott with the option. She figures the only way she's going to win this is to rep it. Don't think Chrissy's going anywhere. I think she's going to pump it up a bit more by the look of it.
Yeah, he re-raises it.
To 55,000.
55,000. And Marriott gets the message. She shows her the aces.
You'll welcome those chips to your stack. Always nice when your aces pick up a little extra when you raise and get a caller, and she had limped in.
I was going to say they're definitely Chrissy, not Chrissy Lute's hands. Can't remember this young man's name, but collecting chips there. Sure, that light is bright.
The roving camera.
So Chrissy under the gun, off to 8-7 here. They should be going in the muck.
We're on to Mr. Sun.
Raise. So 18,000. 18,000.
raised the button with the Jack 5 suited. Faisal coming in with a 3-bet with Ace Queen suited.
Ouch.
22,000. 22,000 sold.
And wisely gets out of the way.
Seen a lot more 3-betting coming out of the blinds because of the cutoff and button raises. They know the wide range the players are raising with from there. Okay, he did have a really good hand this time, but we've seen it done with King 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack. A lot more 3-betting with those hands lately. Trying to get rid of the button and the cutoff raiser.
Geo collecting chips, nothing new.
Nice stack of blues, blacks and reds there for him.
Me, Mr. Sun and Lauren are swinging like we baby chairs. Swinging our feet.
So just a reminder, the guaranteed prize pool here is 2 million rand.
8,000.
The million guaranteed for first.
Raise to 19,000.
Loads of cheddar.
18,000.
9-10 for Lauren, raised to 19. David folds. Although his son in picture, he's going to fold. Faisal gets out of the way.
19,000.
Chrissy decides he's going to play out the big blind. 9-10 versus pocket nines. That's a nice flop for 9-10.
So Lauren flops that up and down.
It's 21,000. 21,000. 21,000.
Yep, and Chrissy rightly comes along. And he gets there. Or Lauren gets there, should I say.
Now he's just looking for a 10 to split.
Little Sam players, I need to tell you that you are very fortunate to be playing with some very, very
That is
focused
57,000.
royalty. Please just put our hands together. Welcome back to focus for the first time in South Africa in a lot of years, Mr. Ray Rami. Coming third at the World Series of Focus in 2007.
So Raymond Rami getting an introduction there. To be recognised for his exploits in 2007 in the World Series. Anybody who's anybody will remember that pocket 8 hand where Scotty Newman got on his knees and said, "I am not worthy." Beautiful. Okay, so Lauren's got the check mark here. I think she's 200,000 in the pot. The ace on the river is a slow down card for everybody. Flush gets there. It becomes a bit straight here. The old King 10.
175,000.
Lauren still believes she's got the best hand, and indeed she has. What are you beating, Nick? What are you beating, Chris? You're not beating a jack. You're not beating a queen. You're not beating an ace. King 10's also beating you. 9-10's also beating you. I think it's just too much beating him for him to call here.
Such a hero call. Most of his stack.
No, he doesn't have enough chips to be hero calling here. I think he knows he has to fold, he just has to convince himself he can fold.
So sure I'm beating. I fold. Fold.
He does fold. He's not happy about it, but he knows he has to fold. Lauren wants to see what he had.
And nothing will be forthcoming from Lauren.
The only problem with that hand is nothing with the jack. Yeah. That's the only problem. Having got 10 on the rook, can be bluffing with the jack.
Can even be bluffing with it.
You think I was bluffing?
No. I think jack can only.
There is the poker room filling up very nicely.
Problem with names. If you've got names, it can.
The little slam, always popular.
Yeah, Hunter there in the center of the picture.
Kevin Govender, waiting for his moment to jump in, I'm sure. He wanted to come all this way just to rail.
Raise 18,000.
Bozo with the nines this time.
Oh, 18,000. 18,000 to play. 18,000 total.
Big flop for Mr. Sun.
Yep, that's a monster.
Attention all players. Please take note of the following announcement. Should you wish to smoke weed or any of your other substances when you are not playing poker, please refrain doing it in public areas around the family areas. It is a family resort and there are many complaints coming. So if you could please be discretionary about where you smoke.
22,000.
That was a vaping announcement. I was trying to hear it. It sounds like people are vaping inside the poker room. Not allowed. It's the same as smoking. Well, it is in my book. Maybe the vapors would argue.
I don't smoke weed anymore.
Raise to 55, to 52,000. Raise to 52,000.
So you can't see what Navs is holding here. He's elected to raise the turn after the flop was checked around and Bozo bet the turn. Mr. Sun just flat called. Bozo's out the way, round to Mr. Sun.
Total. We raise 152,000. 152. 100,000 more to play.
Navs is quickly out the way.
Indeed he was. Yep, Mr. Sun was going nowhere with those cards. Nice to see him chipping up a little bit. Ran a bit rough in the first day of this event. And Sun up to 102 bigs, so plenty of chips. Christian Bozo, 24 bigs at the bottom.
There is the man, the legend, South African poker, Mr. Raymond Rami.
A lot of the people here won't actually know who Raymond Rami is, which is a pity. It's nice that Mark gives him a nice announcement because he is a legend of South African poker, and certainly a guy who's gone further than any other South African in the World Series of Poker. 77 years young.
And of course, is top of the all-time money winners list in South Africa due to that
Third.
huge win.
$3,408,025.
Just from the one event.
Yep.
And then he had a couple other wins and cashes around the place, and they all add up to him being number one on our all-time South African money winners list.
So the legend is in town. It was nice to catch up with him earlier. What a top chap. Born in 1945, Raymond, eh? End of the Second World War. That's like legendary stuff in itself.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's still out here playing poker is testimony to him. I hope that I'm still playing poker when I'm 77 years old. I hope I'm still playing poker when I'm 67 years old. Actually, let me just rephrase that. I hope I'm still playing poker in 7 days' time. 13 minutes, 55 seconds to go on the level. Blinds are currently 4-8, 8 on the big blind ante. They will be going up to 5-10. I always find that's a psychological one, 10s. It's so easy to work out. Kind of freaks you out a bit when you know. Anyhow, back to the table. Huawei Sun with 10-7 off into the muck. They will go. They took our coffee machine away this morning.
In for repairs?
No idea why. It is missing in action. I asked the lady, and she said that it's coming back this afternoon. And Chev is saying the coffee machine is back. I feel a lot better now that the coffee machine is back. Do you know why I feel a lot better that the coffee machine's back? I'm not feeling so better now because I've heard you got to pay for it. This is not good. And no doubt, being a result, I will have to buy a coffee bean truck to get a cup of coffee. It always happens though, eh? I'm just seeing all this coffee arriving on the scene here behind me. You know, I used to enjoy going to Starbucks and just having, not one of those fandango ones, but just a normal latte, you know? Normal milk, normal coffee, sugar. I used to enjoy that. But, I think the nearest we got here is that Seattle coffee. But to be honest, it's not even a close second. Sorry, Seattle coffee.
No Starbucks.
And the other one that begins with V. Vidali or something. I don't know. Anyhow, when you travel, you get used to these things.
We saw Lauren 3-betting the ace-8 out of the small blind, exactly what I was saying earlier. Navs raised the button and she 3-bet with the ace-8 and got him to fold ace-6.
Well done.
Players all enjoying their coffee.
Yeah, I'm feeling left out here. So seat 1 is away from the table. It's around to Mariette here. What has David found himself?
He limps in as well after Mariette limped from early. Mr. Sun checks. We're all wary of Mariette's limp from early position.
Yeah, so 2 hearts, queen high. Huawei Sun hits his queen. Got some draw possibilities.
Mariette's a snap caller. Bozo out the way.
For all players in the poker will be all handed going to break approximately 10 to 7. Everyone's going to break will be at approximately 10 to 7 for 1 hour.
Okay, so that's the announcement. 10 to 7. Everybody's going for dinner. So be prepared to be busy downstairs. Hope they all don't want coffee. And Mariette had the nut flush draw with the 2 hearts there, ace high.
She gets there on the river.
And the Huawei Sun will pay her off. Small bet though.
Yeah, I think the paired board and the fact that it was a limp pot, she was a little wary. And he did fire the flop and turn. And our friend Mr. Jack 4 says his birthday is the 22nd of May, same as Novak Djokovic.
He's not famous. He's the dude who wouldn't take the vaccine and be allowed into Australia, huh? Isn't that him?
That's him.
Yeah. Sorry, don't qualify. Very judgmental here, you know.
I think Gaz's favourite still is the Anton Senna one.
Yeah, I think someone said to me there are 3 towns in Scotland named after racing drivers, Formula 1. I said, that's easy. I know 2. Dumfries, Johnny Dumfries. Sterling, Sterling Moss. Couldn't get the 3rd one. They said, that's easy. It's Ayr Town Centre. Terrible, eh? Terrible. I never forgave them for that. But I remembered it. Geo in picture here, so something going on the outside table there. Stacks and stacks there.
And Ahmed's chipped up quite nicely as
He's
well.
well over $1 million there. Well over. Navs returns to his chair.
Raise to 19,000. 19,000.
So Lauren raises from the cutoff. Bozo on the button.
Sorry about that. A little sneeze from me. I'm obviously allergic to Sean, my sound guy next to me. Maybe he was a cat in a former life.
Bozo just flat with the ace jack there. Mr. Sun comes along with the suited connectors. And Faisal says, I've got the gapped ones. They're not suited, but I'm coming along for the price.
Nice. Ace 7-3. So both of the aces have hit here. Obviously Bozo with the better kicker is out in front. And Huawei Sun hit the 7. Lauren's got a better ace here.
She was the initial raiser, so she's continuing.
Go round to David.
23,000.
Bozo finds his second pair now, so if he was worried that she had ace-queen or ace-king, he's not worried anymore. And Mr. Sun floated one with a 7.
Yeah, so Mr. Sun can get there. He's a 6%, but Lauren's 0% to win this hand.
Lauren is now checked.
25,000 bets.
Time for Mr. Sun to get out the way.
And that'll be that. David is, Lauren is drawing dead. Mr. Sun could have hit the 3rd 7. But unfortunately, it doesn't matter which card Lauren hits, she will not be winning this hand. So these will be dead chips going in the middle. And we'll see the river.
It's the worst card for her.
The worst card in the world. Makes 2 pair on the river. Lauren's option here, 203,000 middle. She thinks she's just binked the 2 pair.
100,000.
She's putting 100k. And he snap calls her, of course.
She doesn't find that 4 in the river, she gets away cheaply.
Yep, sick one. And Bozo picks up to 51 bigs, 408,000. And then Chrissy Luke with the 24 at the bottom. Faisal still flying high on our feature table with over a million. 4 minutes and 39 seconds to the first hour of this session.
Yeah, and that little slam has a guarantee of 750k on it. Total prize pool.
Now I can play poker again, Mr. Sun. Small and big.
I was saying he's got a few chips now, he can play poker again. A limp pot here between the two blinds. Queen eye still ahead. Marietta's a gut shot. She checks back. Queen now for Faisal. Marietta now has an open-ended. She bets it. Faisal calls. She finds it on the river. Faisal checks. Shows her the queen. Doesn't show anything. So Chris there, 24 bigs, 195k, not in the danger zone yet.
This wasn't on. There was a tournament in Senegal that looked incredible. Wouldn't expect it. Incredible. WPT.
Navs will be under the gun.
Bad. It's going to affect Vegas badly. Because everyone is the same kind of crowd.
Bozo raises to 18,000 with a queen jack. The sun's out the way. Faisal folds. Mariette folds out of the small blind. Round to Chrissy in the big blind. He looks like he's going to defend. He's got pocket twos. Top pair for Bozo. Still only the twos.
18,000 bets.
Bozo bet 18,000. Chris calls, not believing that Bozo had hit. Thinks maybe his pair's still ahead.
Dealers and players in the high roll, your bronze of 5,000, 10,000. 5,000, 10,000. Dealers and players in the high roll, 5,000, 10,000.
27,000. Too much then. 27.
8 on the river doesn't change anything, does bring straight possibilities.
Where is 50,000?
Chrissy has a little stab at stealing it, repping that he has got the straight and got there. Bozo trying to run through. Did you actually get there? See the look, you saw the look on his face there. Bozo makes the call, and he'll get 126,000.
Blinds are up 510. 5,000, 10,000. 10,000 each.
Blinds are up. It's 5,000, 10,000 with a big blind ante of 10,000. Poker has become more expensive. Hand number 94 of the day. Lauren will be under the gun.
$10,000 to play. 10,000 to play. 10,000.
We're on to Mr. Sun in the hijack. It's folded. Faisal raises with the ace-10 suited.
21,000.
Picture of the outer table, big hand there between Johnny D and Gio, and Johnny D makes a full house with the ace deuce. And he's stacking quite a few chips there, and his stack has grown significantly. Settled in and very comfortable now compared to when we saw him earlier last night. So we go 3-way to the flop after we were catching that action on the outer table. Chrissy on the button, Lauren in the big blind, and Nav's in the small blind. Nav's to speak first. He's got a gut. He's got up and down, so he bets it. Lauren's out the way. Chris is out the way. Navs will take that down with betting his up and down draw.
Where's the podcast? The green. Huh?
Nice picture of Navs there. Happy to have just taken the pot in, enjoying a joke with Lauren. Background is the other tables in this high roller event. Come across back to our feature table.
10,000. 10,000 split.
Chrissy with pocket tens. Going to raise from the cutoff. Makes it 30,000. Blinds have gone up.
Okay, yeah. New pack. Breaking. For a broken card, buddy. Right? Yeah, definitely. 30,000.
Raise with the tens and he takes it down. There's the little slam. Number of tables out there. 6 tables that we can see. There's Dobby out there, can see him out there. Doc Lottering. See James, I wonder if his good lady Lauren is here. Yeah, I see the back of Lauren. So James and Lauren have made the thing. There's big Roberto. One of Frank D'Amato's friends and that come from the same game. They home game they play. Bank Solomon, Daryl Schaff. A lot of players. You can big Nico Vichers, David Corneli. Getting all the players out there. A lot of players coming in for this little slam.
21 again. I don't think what the motive was. Yeah, so we've got to be nice. Can't take out any.
So there's Jonathan as well in the foreground there. So more and more players streaming in. So over 50 players there by the looks of things already.
Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy your game,
This is just while they're busy changing out the deck on the feature table. And a card that's split because they've got that RFD reader in the inside, and that's split there. Gary coming back, just changed out the deck with Siobhan. Coming past all those tables and into our back office where we're working here. So we need Brits out there as well. Gary's just walked past him. And there's all the cards being checked. TD standing by as well. Dealer checking, even though Gary has checked them before they go out there. Double checking, make sure all the cards are there. Do his little riffle shuffle.
Davey. 37. It's a knock-off.
Who's on pair one?
Sorry? I just 19 of clubs. Was bad.
I needed the rail that night, and that was a 50 rand deck of cards. I really needed the rail and I took the cards.
I mean, I
I
would
said,
have
let
told
me
you
do
if you
everyone a
wanted.
favor. Table, Harold, Dave, send me to the rail. But I can't do that
I
yet.
turned the nutter buttons.
Flush guy.
19, yeah, I know, but I can't be as scared of
That's what
that.
you're talking about, yeah.
So the deck has been changed out.
So it wasn't a scary card, it was bad for me because it made me full.
Action on Faisal under the gun.
10,000.
Round to Mariette, she folds. Chrissy with pocket aces again, he's had them earlier. Raises. Nobody's anything to fight with up till now. Bozo in the small blind. Ace 8 suited. Bozo wants to see a flop.
20,000 more.
Gone out the way. Did Bozo call? No, Bozo folded as well. Shows aces. Bozo had an ace and Lauren also had an ace. So there we go. That lovely shot across the felt to show you the texture of the table. And there are our chip leaders at this feature table.
Start singing your theme song.
Faisal David with 1.1 million.
Oh yeah, I was thinking.
Do you want me to start singing your theme song? You lot of chess.
Mariette under the gun with 7-2, she'll fold that.
10,000. 10,000.
On to Lauren, who's now found the aces. So the aces being passed around.
Raise.
She raises.
23,000. 23,000.
Small raise.
13,000.
Looking for action. To Faisal 10-9 suited. He'll come along, defend his big blind. The kind of hand that's dangerous for aces. No help for him there though. He's going to check, and when she bets, I think that'll end this hand.
20,000 bet.
Small bet. Lauren shows the aces. Have been passed around.
It wasn't for your benefit.
See, Chrissy with 10 bigs is in the danger zone, starting to get there. If you factor in the big blind ante and the small blind, he actually has an M of way less than that 10 big blinds. He has an M of round 4. Yeah, M, for the players that don't know, there was old Dan Harrington system that said, what does a rotation cost you? So M is basically what a rotation costs. So it's the big blind plus the big blind ante plus the small blind. So it costs you 25k per rotation. Divide into his stack of 108, he's got a M of just over 4.
Just spin a yarn for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm one of those players that still likes to use the M system, especially with the big blind ante that's in play. I know all the other players, and the modern way is to work in big blinds, but I think it does show you exactly how much you need per rotation. So Navs with the ace 10 is raised to 23k. Faisal with jack-9 suited in the small blind. Gets rid of that. Round to Mariette. Nothing to defend with.
here.
And now you.
I never come here.
Oh.
You come to me. I knew that was coming.
Nav's cracking a joke with everyone, pretending that he'd got the ace. They've got went from there to here, and no, not to me. There are the outer tables of this high roller. Ben Khan with his famous bullets on top of his cards.
He was always skinny.
Ahmed amassed quite a nice stack out there
Skinny again, eh?
from when he left the feature table.
Yes.
10,000.
Everyone knows it's his tag now.
Nothing for Navs this time under the gun. Lauren King 5 suited under the gun +1, too early. Boza's not at the table. Round to Mr. Sunny folds. Faisal on the button. Gets rid of that. Blind on blind now. Mariette and the short stack Chrissy. She raises. He's hoping to find a hand. He says, I'm not going to get pushed around though. He's looking to defend. He doesn't have a lot of chips though. Cannot defend. He'd love to defend, but he just doesn't have enough chips. And Mariette bullying there, doing what she must. Fold it to her, put the pressure on the small stack. Look down the corridor towards the high roller. Looks like player being balanced there.
It's quite a big heads up when it gets there.
So Lauren is raised with the ace-3 under the gun and takes down that hand.
I changed my mind. Didn't see his stack.
Gareth coming in to the table.
Welcome.
Sitting in the center of the table there, seat 4 with a monster stack. He had 1.4 million overnight, and I believe he has got 2.173 million now. So that is a huge stack for Gareth Khalil, and he's going to be dangerous with that stack. Very, very dangerous, Mr. Khalil, with that stack. This man can play.
You've got enough, is what he said, so just calm down.
10,000.
When he is off the adult libations, he's a beast of a player. Not so much when they are being imbibed.
Raise to 25,000. 25,000.
So Ace King of Diamonds for Bozo is raised. Folded round to the short stack Chrissy. He's looking for a spot to get those chips across the line. Nav's Queen Jack in the small blind.
25,000
Folds up to Lauren. 8 deuce. She gets rid of that. Bozo doesn't show and takes down that hand. You can see that massive stack of Gareth's there, 2.173 million. So he's nicely up from his overnight. He's held on to that chip lead from that huge hand that we reminded all the viewers of earlier this morning, a three-way all-in between himself, Gio Zanetti and Ganesh Paitha. And he flopped the set of sevens, made a boat on the river. So action on Gareth. Gets rid of that. And just does Mr. Sun. Action on Faisal. Pocket nines. Is raised to 22,000. Chrissy is folded. Navs is folded. Lauren in the small blind. Pocket sixes. You'll sure want to see a flop here. Just flat calls. Set mining. Goes with Queen Jack. Priced in. Comes along. Ace is going to slow down the action for everyone there. Lauren checks. Bozo checks. Faisal checks behind with his nines. Four of clubs. So Faisal's got a nine of clubs in his hand. Lauren with six of clubs. She checks again. Nothing is developed for Bozo now. He's looking at his chips. He's thinking, can I rep that I have the ace? I don't believe either one of the other players has got the ace the way the action went on the flop. And he doesn't do that. So Faisal's 9-eye flush will be good here. He had the best hand all the way with the pocket nines. Shows the nines with the nine of clubs. And it's good. So nice hand for Faisal there. Best hand pre-flop, on the flop, turn and river. So there we are. Round 11, 55 entries. Players left 24, so we're balanced down to 3 tables now. Prize pool has been published. It's just rolling around. 6th place is 110,000. So $1 million for first as guaranteed. 370 for second, 250 for third, 150 for fourth, 120 for fifth, and 110 for sixth. So very top heavy there, but that's what happens when there's a guarantee out. There are the other 2 tables. Mark the Mata still sitting nicely. Warwick there, Moto, Moon, Ray Adam, Madazia, Muaz, all still in the hunt. Mariette with a 7-6, it's just limped in. Chrissy folds, round to Navs, he's folded. Lauren with a 9-8 suited on the button. Lauren pumps it up with a 9-8 suited. Bozo and Gareth are out the way. Mariette, 17,000 to call. The suited 7-6. She makes the call. So there is an action flop for them. Best for Lauren. She's found the middle pair with an up and down. Mariette finds bottom pair with a gut shot. Lauren continues. Snap call by Mariette. Jack now brings Lauren the straight. There are only 2 nines for Mariette to split now. I think when Lauren bets this turn, That should be the end of the hand. Yeah, and Mariette folds, and Lauren takes in a nice hand with a 9-8 suited.
Okay, so there's a view of the outside world, and the little slam is thriving already. Mark has gone for a wonder, and he'll come back to us with some news from the front in the future. So you have to put up just listening to me. There you go. Okay, Faisal with the 9-3 here. Chrissy Lute is folded, round the nerves. 857,000 for Lauren, she folds. David with 497,000, so just to recall at the beginning of this session, he came back in with a 300 starting stack, so moving in the right direction. David picks that up with the best hand. So I'm sure everybody knows by now that Mandela or Gareth Kalu in picture there has joined us. He's sitting with a healthy chip stack as well. Nice shots there from the camera guys. Somebody with some nice clean manicured hands, wedding ring, one of those smart watches by the look of it, and a nice chips. That looks like oh, don't know who that is. Oh, that's Madasar Amir. No, it's not. It's Mark Demota. Nice. Getting a free chocolate with his coffee. Gee, I can't believe we have to pay for our coffee. What a nightmare. Just gonna have to drink the free water, that's all. Get my money's worth. Coffee without coffee. Nerves will fold. Round to Lauren. Jack 7 into the muck. David in the cutoff will fold. Gareth with his 8-4 folds. So around the small blind with Hawaii. Looks like he's going to complete. So down to Faisal, and he'll knuckle this back, and we'll go to a flop. Flop will bring us 2 aces and 5, 2 hearts on board. Neither help for either player. So 68% with the king high. So hopefully one deal he's going to have a little celebration with his buddies tonight when they finish, as long as we're not too late getting out of here. And we should have a nice steady flow through. And we are currently on 67 entrants, of which 64 are left. I can't believe we've lost 3 already. And 8 tables, wow, that's well attended. Really good news. So the people are flocking in from the suburbs into Sun City to come and play the Little Slam, the ever popular Little Slam. 300,000 starting stack, plenty of payability. Back to us on the feature table, 5-10, 10 on the big blind ante, and action on Nav in seat 1. Lee folds, Lauren with 4-3 suited, not going to get involved there. Around to David Rosenthal.
It's 24,000. 24,000.
And that'll get through. And David will pick up the 25k. Nicely done. We're on hand 107 of the day. Time flies when you're enjoying yourself. Started at 11 o'clock this morning. Local time now 16:06, just after 4 in the evening, or the late afternoon. Okay, back to the outer table there. Looks like Johnny is involved in the hand with Ahmed. Ahmed looks to have called that off on the turn. They're going to the river. River card brings a 10 by the look of it. Looks quite straighty, that board, so excuse me. Well, they go check, check. And there you go. 3 pairs. Jacks, 8s and 10s. No prizes for 3 pairs though. Looks like Johnny takes down the hand. Back to the feature table. We'll bring up the graphics. Lawrence folded for the Jack 4. Action is already around to Gareth Khalil with his queen, who will bet this. And fairly standard here. It's got around to Chrissy late. 6-5 suited in the big. He'll play these, I'm sure. Nope, he's going to get rid of them. Very tight. I'd like to have seen a defender, but that's Chrissy. He's out there, we're not.
Dinner breaks off in the next 2 days.
So off for the next hand. Lawrence are under the gun player, 9-2. They'll be heading back to the dealer, into the muck. David with the Queen 10. Too early for him to be playing those cards. Gareth folds the 2 diamonds. Huawei Sun out the way. And round the Faisal in the cutoff. King Queen, tight fold there. Pocket 7s for Marriott. Going to see some sort of raise here, I'm sure. Looks like 23. It's over a min click. Round to Chrissy in the small blind. 18,000 to call. Well, he wasn't calling super connectors last time. He won't be calling these. Now for the Jack 8 in the big blinds. 13k to play. 821 behind. Might come along and have a sniff. Let's see. So he's going to repop this, send a big message out.
4,000.
We've seen Navs do this a few times today. When he gets a repop going. Mary at 41,000 to call here. Big 3 bet from Navs, 64 with Jack 8. Three calls. That'll be an interesting flop here. So the 7s will still be ahead. Nav is first act with a betting lead out of the big blind, so he's got to continue his story. Somewhere around 80 for this, I think, if the trend is right. what Nav bet there, but Mariette went all in and he snap folded. So he's picked up 147 and that kind of backfired on Navs. Chip counts there, 2.2 million for Gareth Khalil. Phase on 1.1 and Chrissy down the bottom on 5 big blinds in the danger zone. It's one of your outer tables in, was Gorney on the bottom right. Mark Dematza, Warwick Wigan, Moto Yuhara, Moon Khan, Ray.
I said sevens.
I think I'm trying to see, I'm leaning like I can see around corners here. There's a flat screen. So Ray Adam there, and the other side of the deal, I can't quite see who that is. But some who's who of poker. Back to our feature table, talking to who's who. Mr. Rosenthal needs no introduction. His pedigree speaks for itself. One of the most successful players ever in South African poker. And in goes Chrissy's money. Pocket nines here, so he's got plenty of showdown equity here. Navs with the A7 just took a big hit to his stack. Well over 100,000 in Mariette, so he's going to have to fold that out. That's a fold by Navs. And Lauren at 10-9. So Chrissy just open folds his cards there, shows his pocket nines, and gets that one through, picks up 25k and another rotation for his trouble. Well played, Chris. So Mark has returned from his adventure and 4-day camel ride into the abyss.
It felt like that. So we old walk if you take a comfort break at the same time. Yeah, Gary, the outer table's filling up nicely. They've got 67 entries already. 3 players have been lost already, so we've got 64 left. But there were 4 or 5 players at the registration desk as I walked past as well, so the numbers are still filling up.
Nice.
A couple of nice notables out there. Dobby's out there, of course.
Right outside our door, as I see.
Yeah, Doc Lottering's there. I went and said hello to Mr. Raymond Rami.
He's on the table opposite Maxine and Chandra.
Yeah, Maxine was just moved now. They balanced tables while I was out there. So a nice mix of players out there. Everybody's come in for this little slam, and a couple of players stopped me to congratulate you on the streaming, saying that they're really enjoying it.
Oh.
They called us the voices of angels. I said, I don't know about that. They said it is to them. It breaks the poker drought to get some poker to watch.
There you go. It's official. I'm an angel. I just have to find somewhere to keep my wings now. There's not enough room in this place for all these wings. Gareth Khalil with the pocket crabs here. He's pulled the 10,000 going crab hunting. Lauren with the 7-6 suited is out of the way, as does Bozo. Round to Gareth. There's been a raised by Nav. And Gareth, you can afford this, trust me. There you go.
Set mining.
There you go. If you're going to call with threes and hit a set, then your other player's going to get middle pair. So Gareth has checked it. Nav has bet 45. Gareth is obviously going to call here. He's deciding whether or not he's going to raise it up. I suspect a flat call.
Well, he makes it 100. He's hoping he's got ace king or something. But with just the 9, Navs probably go away, yeah.
Second pair.
Navs looks like he took a knock to his stack, guys.
He has. He gave some of that away. He tried to pull a move against Mariette. Oh dear, this is a trouble card if you ever saw one in your life. Nav has now got trips, and of course Gareth has boated up.
Yeah, a lot of chips are going
Nav will
across
just
here
be
now.
counting this money thinking, how much am I going to take off Gareth? And the truth is, it's going the other way, unless we see something quite radical.
Yeah, he needs one of the 5 outs on the top there on the
Yep.
river.
Needs to make the bigger boat. That would also be pretty sick.
Or another 9 for quads. How would that be?
Yeah, 9 would actually be a slowdown card for Gareth, because then he's losing to a king.
245,000.
Yeah, even a king will slow Gareth down. It's just a 6 that that would really be the trouble for Gareth.
Navs could put all this in, you know. It's near enough all in. Look at him, he's not looking.
Needs a miracle on the river.
No miracle, I'm afraid. Gareth has got the check mark. Gareth is going to bet again here. Going to put him all in.
Moves all in.
I think he's put Nav all in. I don't think he's gone all in.
Aces, brother. Really? Bets.
Yep, he's put enough to put Nav all in.
He just went all in.
He bet 350. I don't know, Nav gets away from this. I really don't. Yep, it's the only hand he didn't want to see. And Gareth Khalil will go to 2.9 million. And we will lose Nav from the feature table.
Wow.
That is a cooler of note.
Yeah, he floated 1 on the flop, and then when he found the trip 9 on the turn, that was all she wrote.
Don't think there's a player in this room who wouldn't have gone broke there. Unlucky Navs, well played Gareth Khalil. Up to just short of 3 million. Wow. That's how you do it. Rock and roll.
He's got a monster chip lead on his feature table now.
I'd suggest he's got a monster chip lead in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. That red light follows Nav down the corridor. Past those tables. There's Doc Lottering on that first table with Shafi. Banks as well on that table. And that's filled up this side. When I was out there were only 2 tables. There's already another table opened up on this side now, on the right hand side. So the field is still filling up quite nicely.
So we're up to 9 tables.
Yeah, 9
Very
tables
nice.
now, very nice. And unbelievably that we'd had 3 eliminations already. So
Crazy.
early on the first blind level. 300,000 chips.
But unfortunately, and with respect to the players in the Little Slam, there'll be a lot of rec players playing there, and that can happen. It's very difficult to lose 300,000 chips when your blinds are 500, 1,000, but it does happen. Of course, we can account there for the super coolers as well, the standard aces v kings, etc. And no doubt there'll be some sick tales coming forth. So Lauren has got pocket queens here, so we'll see some action here. Chrissy has raised this up with a suited king 9 of hearts. She's going to definitely repop this. 3 bet to 105,000. They're all getting out the way pretty quick. Back round to Chrissy in picture. He can't put it all in, yeah. No way on God's green earth he puts it all in.
Sure.
He knows that'd be such a bad move.
Yeah, he's got to respect to a 3-bet there.
You are cool.
And solid play by Lauren.
A number of ladies out in the field in that little slam as well, which is nice to see. So bringing bringing some glamour to the event.
When I shower, I got it.
Lydia Brotrek was out there, Maxine was out there,
I don't want my daily qualification.
Lauren, James's partner, was out there. She has been nicknamed Bluff Catcher.
So your trees.
He had the three, I keep three. Yeah, I'm saying that.
So Faisal not at the table, so he won't act. So under the gun +1 will be Mariette.
He must have done it.
No, man, no.
It's 20,000.
No, yes,
20,000.
On to Bozo.
No, you scored him, man.
David out the way. Gareth with ace-7, yeah, get involved. Small blind, might fancy a little defend here.
If he's got kings, he's scoring.
We've lost his picture. I'm assuming he called on the basis that Huawei's son called. So 8, 9, Jack, 2 spades. The 9 for Mariette here with top kicker.
Checked all the way around.
2 pair now.
Gareth now has a little stab at it with his gut shot. Mariette doesn't believe him. She calls. He has 6 outs at the top of the table.
And that's not one of them. Yeah, shut down, yeah. Just, oh, he's decided he's going to go for it. He doesn't shut down, so Marriott has to decide whether or not he's got a jack.
Or the spade draw that came on the river.
Or the straight.
So much going there.
All of which he is repping. Marriott's been on the back end of a couple of bad beats this week, so she might be seeing ghosts here unfold.
She already said, I think you backdoor flushed me.
So I've made the board Jackson H with the ace kicker. You see, if everything beats you, must have had underplay.
There's a shot of the other 2 tables in this high roller event. Players still left in. We have named them numerous times.
Back to the feature table. Marriott will be under the gun. Brandon Chrissy.
We'll quickly round to Bozo.
Yeah, I was going to say, those that might float one out. Yeah, little raise. Just a little chumming the waters. Gareth just got burnt with a similar hand, so let's, sorry, just one with a similar hand, so let's see if we can do it again. Hazel's still away from the table. 2 ace to the flop. Well, that's already a good flop for our friend Mr. Rosenthal. And of course, Not a bad flop if you're looking for a gut shot for Gareth.
Comes along.
What price the 2 of hearts on the river on the turn? Ball pairs up, so there's the outs at the top for David. Not one of those.
Finds it, the 9.
Sorry, Will, yes, sorry, the 9 with his thumb, so he will be rivered. That looks like Wojciech and Vegan Das in the background, entering into the little slam.
Great friends, the 2 of them.
Strange people is what they are.
So there
peculiar,
it is.
Peculiar. One Lithuanian, one Polish. Common language, broken English. But good people. Wojciech, former Formula racing driver. He knows them all, trust me. And travels to many of the Grand Prix throughout the year, and well known amongst racing circles. Vegan Das, self-proclaimed best player from Lithuania. Okay, so that's our former at the table there. Jesse getting stuck into a little libation. Max Devison seems to have chipped up a little bit here, which is good news for him. His wife was railing earlier there. Harold Brooks in the foreground. And unmistakable 2 figures at the end there of Geo. And, it's all in for Chris here. Midwest Metals are all in. Is that loud enough for you, Neville? Neville was shouting at me just now because he said my voice is too low. Now he's off to hospital with a busted eardrum. That'll teach you to complain.
Faisal gets out the way. Only Mariette left.
We haven't seen his cards yet, so we're sweating. Mariette's not going to call.
She can't call with that.
Chrissy normally shows his cards in these situations. There you go. There's one. And there's the king. Yes. Is it a king or a queen?
Looks like a queen of diamonds, but I'm not sure. Trying to catch a quick flash of it as he turned it over. Yeah, there it was. Ace queen.
So he wins with the best hand. Mr. Joe Steggers, big pot brewing here. Warwick Wigan on the right, Moaz Ghani on the left in the background.
Nice big stack for Mark Dematta there after that other hand.
So it looks like Moaz is putting in some chips here. Asking Warwick the question. 63 was the bet dealer. We'll carry on tracking the action here, but the feature table, you'll see the graphics come up.
10,000.
No, Warwick's in the fold. Okay, look, we'll go back to the feature table. You won't be seeing any cards between those 2, trust me.
10,000.
Okay, the Huawei Sun with the King Queen of Diamonds, very pretty cards.
Race. 27,000.
See plenty more players streaming to the registration desk there. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the little slam will be open for quite a while.
Chrissy Late's defense here. One all in.
10-5. Not a bad flop, eh?
Not the worst, eh? Mr. Sun asking for a count. See if he's 2 overs.
I don't think he can call here. Be a bit of a hero call this. It's not going to happen. Nice solid discipline fold, well done.
No, but I thought it's called you because I only went 90 behind.
Yeah, but you got big pair, you bet.
I don't know, you see.
Okay, Bozo will be under the gun and 117. 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 on the big blind ante. We're on the second level of this session, so we will be changing this table out in the hour. Then we'll have a 15-minute break. We'll come back, play another 2 hours, and then there will be a programmed dinner break around about 18:50. That'll be the time, not the date. Otherwise, we're late. Okay, so about 10 to 7.
Round to Mariette on the button. She folds. Chrissy moves all in with an ace.
Chrissy has been all in 3 times in the last 5 hands, I think it is.
He keeps looking for spots. He's got to chip up. With those couple of all-ins and the call of the raise and getting lucky with the 10-5 in the blinds, he's up to 190 now. It was 98 a short while ago. Here's a picture there. Table's filling up. There it is, 3 minutes left on this level, guys.
All the lights.
All the lights.
Raise to 22,000. Right. 22,000.
So by my reckoning, there's about 3 minutes left on the level.
22,000.
And at the end of those 3 minutes, there will be a break, and we will be changing out our feature table. Who is coming up here is a big secret. We don't know. I think there's about 27 players left in. If Chrissy puts this all in, he's definitely getting looked up. So,
yeah, when I went out there, guys, it was down to 24 already. So,
oh my word! Look at these hands.
Raise, it's 8,000.
So Chrissy's just called.
Lauren comes with a big 3-bet here, putting pressure on all the other players. It's Faisal to fold his suited ace queen, and Chris is out the way. Strong play by Lauren.
Very same thing. All of us are moving there. No changing of seats.
The first or second one?
This one here.
The one next to us.
Yes. All of us are the same.
There it is, guys. 22 players left now.
Yep.
The prize pool is there as well.
Nice if you can get it.
Ace queen down.
Average stack 750,000 now. There's a hand on that outer table. Moon with his bullets on his cards. Up against Joe Steggers. Joe is better on the river. Moon folds and Joe will take in that hand.
Okay, we'll go back to the feature table and the lovely Lauren in picture. 8-7 offsuit. She's just having a check of the clock. This is the I'm not going to play until that clock goes to 10 seconds. So as to not play another hand. Those are
So
also
all players that are playing in the little stand, you're playing with 750,000 rand guaranteed for our pool tournament. 750,000 guaranteed for our pool tournament.
Guess how
It
much
is
I
a
have?
multiple unlimited group entry
923.
event. Everybody re-enter if you'd like to
It's
get
gonna be good.
300,000.
23.
okay. So that's that. We're going to go change out the table, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Right, and welcome back to Times Square. This is day 2 of the high roller, and in the outer tables there you see the little slam that's filled up very nicely. I think they're opening their 10th table already, and we pan round to the feature table, and we're down to the business end. 22 players left. Top 6 are getting paid R1 million for first, all the way down to 110,000 Rand for 6th place. So a lot of money in there for the players. Players are taking their seats. So you have Muaz Ghani in seat number 1, Joe Steggers in seat 2, Mark de Matta, who's got a monster stack there as well, 1.6 million in seat 3, Warwick in seat 4, Moto seat 5, Ray Adams is around there in seat 7, and we'll find out shortly who's joining us in seat 6. I think it's Madazia Amir. There he's coming into seat 8. I just saw him walking across to the table. Jerome Naidu, is this the final table? No, not yet, Jerome. We still have 3 tables left in this high roller event. And Shane Pillay giving a shout out, take it down, Lauren, supporting Lauren Pia.
You're on here till the dinner break. That's the next 2 hours. Enjoy your game.
So action on Warwick. Mark de Matta has raised to 31,000.
31,000.
Quick folds round. Warwick called with the pocket 7s. Moaz is folded. So we're going to go 2-way to the flop. So 5-9-2 flop. Only 1 overcard to the 7s. Mark de Matta continues.
30,000.
Called by Warwick. 10 of hearts on the turn. We're sweating with Warwick. Mark now shuts down. Maybe he had ace, queen, ace, king. Warwick now bets. And Mark will be out the way, and Warwick will take the first hand down of this changed out table with the pocket 7s. And we're on number hand 120 of the day, that was. There is Moto in the middle of the picture, and Moon Khan is the other player that has joined us. So as I said, getting down to the business end of this tournament, down to 22 players playing 6 from the original 55 entries. Action will be on Warwick. All right, Mark de Matta under the gun. Mark de Matta under the gun.
12,000.
Joe Steggers is checked in the big blind in this limp pot. So we're 4 ways to the flop here. Ace, Jack, 4. From the cards we can see Moaz as it is Jack, Madazia as it is Jack. Mark de Matta checks. Checked all the way around. Another ace now. Moaz with a Jack in the small blind. Going to come out betting now.
25.
Joe Steggers out the way. Round to Mark de Matta. Makes the call.
Up to 55.
Actually, he has raised it to 55, Mark de Matta.
When you have quads, you shouldn't raise in this game. You should just flat.
Mark de Matta had ace king in that hand. Paul Ralston. Hey, did you know there's a Lego figure at the feature table? No, wait, sorry, that's Bozo. Tiny Bozo. Bozo is no longer there. He's watching the action from a little while ago. The hat giving Bozo some stick. So 8-7 of diamonds for Warwick under the gun.
Up to 28. 28,000.
So Warwick raises it up. 28,000. Pocket aces for Moto. Moto 3 bets.
75,000.
Where did all Moon Khan's chips go?
Yeah, the Mooney's chips have disappeared.
Warwick with the decision here. The decision is easy, I think, for him. Moto's 3-bet him, he's going to fold it. So. He says I have aces. Of course you do.
Non-believer Warwick.
Yeah,
Yep.
but I have aces. Really? You hold ace? Really? Wasn't you? I have aces. What to do?
Top.
Off and running, hand 123. Mr. Aces himself. Moto Yuhara with 4-2. He also looks like he's too small for that chair. But that's the way he plays. He loves the chair down low and just hooks his arms over the top of the table.
You tell the famous story of him hanging like a bat in a car, so that makes sense now.
Sleeping up the side down in the passenger seat. I called him myself. Okay, Warwick with Queen 7.
And was raised from the cutoff with the King 7 suited and takes down the hand.
Mr. Wasgoni. Okay, so interesting table dynamic here. Joe Steggers, no stranger to the feature table, and has won several titles around the world. Mark D'Amato has proved himself to be more than formidable in terms of his performance so far. Warwick is one of the old soldiers of South African poker and certainly no stranger to winning. Moto also a winner. Moon, of course, a winner. Ray Adam, of course, a winner at WPT level as well. And Mudasar Omiya, with respect to him, would be probably the most inexperienced player at the table, but certainly not out of his depth here. Enjoying the opportunity and the challenge. And Mosgani, once again, a winner. So, yeah, lots of poker quality here. Sorry, I was just stalling there as I'm watching Neville put 4 sugars in his coffee. That's unbelievable. You stand your spoon up in it. And he's like a flipping racing snake. How do you do it? Queen's here for Was, and his 30k, the 30k profit will go back into his stack. So I don't know if Joe's family is still here. I saw Sharon and the kids, I say, earlier in the week. Hopefully they are. There's the lovely ladies of the Sunbet Poker Tour. And there's our chip count. Moon looking like he's getting near the danger zone with 17 bigs.
And he's just a playoff player. Like he's just big match temperament. He just has it. You know? Just shy. Big game.
We go back to the feature table. Queen 10 for Ray.
Yeah, what a shot. Look at that. Can't even take out the phone. Look at Can't see the run line, can't see the nada.
Hold it to Warwick on the button, so he'd like to raise this and steal it.
Cliff Safi in the background there, joining this little slam.
There's only one down. Yeah.
We will have a patrol out there later again, just to catch up on the big stacks.
190 left.
Bets 30k. That flop with the king. Warwick has found his king. So he calls. Jack on the turn. Well, check.
Queen on the turn. Our graphics wrong there.
60.
So believe what you see, not the graphic at the bottom, and we'll rectify that momentarily.
So Warwick will take in that hand from the button with the king.
So just to recap, after the second hour of this level, this group of players will be taking a dinner break. At the same time, we will pause the level on the little slam, and they will also take a dinner break. So the room will be empty from 10 to 7. And I suppose that means we'll have a dinner break as well. Happy days. So Amir is looks like he's folded. Whilst with ace 3 gets out of the way. Joe pocket 10s here, so this will go upwards.
So what is showing a lot of discipline, folding ace 10 under the gun. Folded all the way around to Ray in the big blind. He's going to defend.
Coming along for the ride.
Got 2 overs to the 10s.
Well, the 10's holding good. I think this is going to be a reasonable sized bet. Ray will check and Joe will have to continue here. Nothing much to worry Joe on that flop in terms of his pocket 10s. 68 in the pot. I think if he tosses in a blue chip here, that'll get it done. Actually, Joe's reasonably short stacked here.
Well, he goes for a fairly big bet, 60k. And that gets the job done.
Yep.
On the risk seeing a picture card on the turn.
Absolutely not. So Moon down to 11 bigs here, so getting near the danger zone. And Ray Adams also flirting there. Joe has pulled himself up with that little win, and he's now got 25 bigs, with a little bit of operating space.
Breathing room. So Moaz will be under the gun. I don't know. Player been balanced off the table. Madazia has been removed from the table, so it means Moaz becomes the big blind.
And I saw Chrissy Lates just walking down the aisle there, so I'm assuming he was the player who went out on the other table.
So Moto raises. Action back to Moaz, who's in the big blind, and he folds.
Oh, I saw Gareth Edmonds in the back there for a moment. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Maybe my eyesight is going. These three Asian gentlemen have been walking up and down. I think they're going to take the plunge. Maybe they're poker players. The scary, hairy arms of Mr. Gareth Khalil. Looks down at his cards. Playing extremely well today, Gareth.
Two big stacks of blue there.
When he left the feature table, he was sitting at around about 2.9 million. Joe picks up a suited ace here under the gun.
Joe's in fact the big blind. What's happened is Madazir was balanced off the table and the software hasn't taken him out yet. So Rada moves all in from the button. Ace king. So Ray shows the ace king, takes down that hand.
Sure, that spinning disc in the back has been spinning a long time, eh?
Yeah, it has been spinning a while.
Giving me a proper cops here.
Perpetual motion, guys. Fold it all the way around to Joe, to Ray Adams.
I'm still in the back, eh?
Yeah. Full disguise mode again.
Ray, very accomplished player. Former WPT champion, deep stacks.
Two-time winner, was he? It's quite amazing.
Queen, queen, 4. Ray with 2 pair, of course. Joe with the king 10 gets away. We don't know what Mark's got. So the 9 is the diamond.
Gut shot for Joe. He's going to have a little stab at it now. We'll quickly find out if Mark has got any piece of that. He didn't snap fold, he's having a think. Makes the call, which should make it easy for Ray to get out the way. Six, no help for Joe. Joe gives up on it.
What has Mark got? We'll keep the camera on him. Let's see if we can see his cards. Jack 9.
Jack 9. 9 is good.
And Joe, looking to pick up a few chips here, try and boost his stack a little bit. We already know Moon is in the danger zone. And after that hand, I'm pretty sure Joe will be heading the same way. Okay, I think I might be right in saying he's in the blinds. No, he's on the button this hand.
Oh, there you go. Just nice. Let's go into the
So hand 130, 6,000, 12,000, 12,000 on the big blind ante. I remember him when it was 1,000.
Yeah, it seems just a moment ago.
So Moto will be under the gun with Queen King offsuit.
12,000. Actually, I lied. 5. One more.
The raise up to 26,000.
Joe gets out of the way, Was bets his pair. So he calls his pair, goes set hunting. Warwick with 8-7 suited. I suspect he might want to defend his big line a bit here. Yeah. So he calls.
Nothing for Moaz. Queen for Moto. Just a bottom pair for Warwick. Can't see Mark's cards, but he did check from the blind. Was checked all the way around. Checked again to Moto. I'm sure he's going to bet that queen now. Puts in the bet. Moaz folds his fives, round to Mark Tamata. Folded. Action on Warwick, he's got bottom pair. Well, second bottom pair now with the 2 coming out. And Moto picks up a nice little plus 90k.
Check the camera already.
So there's a view of that little slam as the players start streaming back after their break. So Ganesh Kashev there as well, who had a deep run at Times Square in the main event. He was out there as well. Was raising from the hijack. King 4 suited. Gets quick folds round to Warwick. He lets go. Only the big blind of Moto left. He lets it go. Was gets that one through.
You're not fighting with Warwick, you're looking for me now. Okay, next time I won't. Next time for sure. Hey. No, next one I fall because now you make me feel bad.
You want to watch cricket?
The cricket. Surely it's me. He shuffled already. Hey, he shuffled already. Sit there. Once he shuffles, it's not allowed. I swear, you. Okay. Try it. Yeah, I'm gonna watch like cricket. No, hold on. Why? he must go then. He's the next big line. You can't take a gap. He must go what? I don't understand. Okay, anyway.
So Ray Adam has been moved from the table as well now to balance to the outer tables.
was big blind last time.
Yeah, as your blind, you were complaining.
Oh, yeah.
Pocket 8s for Moors under the gun.
Ask him. Don't say you don't know. Ask CK. If he made a mistake, we can fix it for next time. There's no mistake. Of course it's a mistake, because he's the next big blind. Oh, so you do believe in that one? Okay. Okay.
Up to 30,000.
Raises it up.
Pocket 8s, the snowman.
Folded round to Moon's big blind. Queen 4 of diamonds. Very short stack now, Mooney. 111k only.
You feel like you should have went on.
Costing 30k a rotation with a new blind level.
Not cheap.
Pocket pair.
So basically Moon has 3.5 rotations. Which is not a lot of wriggle room.
So a shout out for Mr. Paul Ralston, who has been doing some abuse on the stream. He's communicated privately with me, telling me that there was a town in, referring to the joke, of course, that I was talking earlier about Airtown Centre. He said there is an island called Lewis and a town called Hamilton. He said he's yet to find a town called Schumacher, though, in Scotland. Oh dear. Which led on to a yarn of note, and he said he'd found the town of Coldstream. And he said there was the famous regiment, the longest active regiment in the British Army. So I just told him I did 12 years in the Coldstream Guards. Now he's shock horrored. So now I've impressed him. I think that might have been Ray Ramey leaving the arena. I'm not sure. If it is, I hope you're well, and I hope you're sailing in the right direction.
So they're up to 11 tables out in that little slam now. When we panned across, I counted out there, 11 tables now. So really filling up nicely. It's proven to be a very popular event since it was first introduced back at Carnival City. They are the last players in this high roller on the outer tables there. Marietti standing up, obviously involved in an all-in situation there. Tips in the middle. Move back to here. Mark Tomato's folded. Round to Moto. He's out the way. Moon is out the way. Moa's in the small blind. Let's go, and gives Joe a walk.
Wow, that's the thing, eh?
Moon. Joe, I don't believe that Moaz has given many people a walk in his life.
No, I think you'll be on a very short list there.
Here's Mr. Raymond Rami taking his seat.
Good, good, good. Seems to be chipping up nicely there. Some big chips as well. I think those greens are 50,000s and the yellows are 10s, so purples will be 5s. And Coral Steinman in the foreground there, so nice. And there's Edgar and Tenzana. They're just outside our door here, in fact.
Yeah, right outside our commentary booth,
so
our
good
office.
find. Good find by Paul and the camera crews.
Ace King for Warwick under the gun.
Yep, Warwick will see this go up a little bit. What's he put in there? 30.
Pot size.
Yeah, so he thinks he's playing PLO. He's bet the pot.
Was on the button. Kind of hand he'd like to see a flop with in position. More than that, he wants to pull a movie on Warwick. He's reached for bigger chips. He's going to come unstuck against Warwick this time. Raises it up to 83k. And both of them sitting just over $500,000, so it's a little deep for Warwick to just be open shoving, yeah?
Yeah.
I think Moaz is very astute to realize that. Warwick just flats it, which will already make Moaz wonder.
So 2 hearts.
Nice flop
of
from
diamonds.
Moaz.
Yep.
Nothing for the ace king. Moaz will continue his story and probably get the ace king to fold on that board. So Moaz is putting a bet of 55. He gets Warwick to fold the ace king. So strong play by Moaz, helped by the flop.
Not quite free rolling, but certainly had a massive draw there.
He had position and he got the desired flop. There's the lovely Marina out in the out of tables, always friendly, always lovely to have at the table, adding a lot of glamour. Nice to see you out there, Marina. So shout out to you. Her and her husband Nadim, wonderful couple. Love seeing them at the poker tables. Played around the table many times with the two of them. Always very, very friendly. Pocket jacks for Moto now.
The old jiggities, as Brad Owen would say. Those who know, know.
Pocket jiggities.
If you're a Brad Owen follower from the vlog on poker, you will know that that is Brad's abbreviation for jacks. You can even buy a t-shirt with it on. How about that?
Round 2 Warwick. He's going to defend his big blind. Well, he's picked up a big draw. He's flopped a pair with a flush draw. So the overpair for Moto.
Yep, Moto's got to come out firing here. He's been checked too. I mean, it's going to take quite a large bet to get rid of Warwick, but let's see.
I even think Warwick was wanting to check raise.
Yep. So let's see what Warwick's reaction to that is. He says call, I think.
He has just flat called.
So he has got a pair here, looking for the threes and the diamonds. So that's not going to help him. 12 outs at the top for Warwick. Moto needs to continue the story. 26,000 the raise pre-flop, bet 39,000. Flat call by Warwick. So now Warwick has checked. And there's 100 for your trouble.
That is a big bet.
That's 100 to win 248, so where is his threshold? If it's a 2.5 to 1, then maybe he can call. Warwick's eyes all a flutter there. He's trying to work it out. Am I worth it? What's going on? What's the story? Yeah, and he made it too expensive. And Warwick, solid fold there. Discipline. Been very easy to chase that down and miss it.
A lot of players that would have called there, but he did the math and realized that it was just too expensive for him to chase.
Yep. So, looks like we've got about 20, oh there we go, 25 minutes to run on the thing. Million up from top, 372nd, 253rd, 154th, 125th, and 110 for 6. So top 6 get paid. Nice little prize pool there.
17 players left. So if we lose one more, we'll balance to eight per table. We'll be down to 2 tables then.
Yep, and we will final table with 9 players.
As Gary pointed out, it's been done throughout the series. 8 on the tables, 9 on the final.
I think we're still a little ways from there, but you never know. A couple of super coolers and it'll all be done.
Yeah, I think
What did you say last time?
not too many short stacks out on the other table that we're aware of. So we'll have to wait and see.
No?
Raise up to 70,000.
Pocket 7s for Mark here.
And his 3-bet was quite hard.
No?
Was let's go.
I was gonna go.
Quite a bit of banter going on between Moto and Moaz.
There was only a little bit of patch up between them. Oh, here we go. 89 entries. 86 players left in.
So still only the 3 players that have been lost.
Yep. So well attended. Prize pool is currently sitting at 373,000. And that's your little slam details. They're on 1,000, 2,000, 2 on the big blind ante. And as I said, they'll be pausing their clock with us after the 2 hours is up, and coming on a dinner break with us. Okay, great. Thank you for the information, boys. Appreciate it.
Jumped up to 91 players while we were watching. They updated it.
Yeah, I just bought in with the play and commentary. I think. Good idea. The place is hotting up. Turn on the air conditioning. There's Macca in the background doing a bit of filming for us. Macca been with us a long time. He's got the deepest, darkest voice you'll ever hear. It's like a Louis Armstrong. Great guy. Nice to see you out there. Moon or Fold? 81,000 left in Moon's chips. He is on fumes.
Yeah, he's very uncomfortable there in that stack there. He's got to find a spot and put those chips across the line shortly.
Yep, that is not going to be good. The Moon is in the small blind, so he will get a few free looks after this hand, but not many being short-handed. Ace King for Joe. Joe's will raise this up. Joe also not exactly flying here with the chip count. He's in the safe zone, but only just. Gets folded around to Warwick. Moon folds his small blind.
Was let's go. Joe takes down the hand.
There's the view of the right-hand side. And there's the left-hand side. And at the back behind these curtains where we're hiding. Nice little view for the boom there. So Bongani, doing the boom operator out there this evening, doing a grand job. Nice steady flow across the room, bringing us around to our feature table with the clock's at 21 minutes. And there's the back view of our 6 players who are currently on the feature table. To their left, as we look at them, of course, is the pit number 3, where you will find the remainder of the high rollers. Of course, we're now up to 12 tables out there, 12 tables out on the little slam. I think that's a great turnout for this time of the day and the time of the week. Back to the table, Warwick with King 6. Money's going to go in here from Moon. Moon with Ace-8 suited, that's a reasonable hand to get it in with. Was will call him here. Maybe even go all into isolate. Just needs to know how much of this. 75,000. Just looking at who's the effective stack here. He's just a little bit worried that he's got Joe to come after him. If Joe wasn't sitting to his left with cards that had been called by now standard. Yeah, fold from Joe.
Not sure about it.
Good. That's good.
Yep, so suited aces.
I feel like it's going to be a split.
So now we've got all in action.
So 40-60 in favour of Moon. So the ace there, 2 clubs, all fairly academic. He's looking for a 3 or 4 here. There's a bit of a sweat for you, the diamonds. 60 nuts. And they say that's all they wrote. Thank you, Moon Khan. You have been eliminated. No doubt we will see you in the Little Slam and certainly later on in the series. Well played, Moon. Always a pleasure to have you on the feature table. Feature table down to 5, and we will look like we're going to balance.
And Mua's turned the world there with that diamond coming. Bought the straight draw and the flush draw in play. So we've got 5 players now on this feature table. I'm sure they're going to balance now. We're probably going to end up with 2 tables. From my reckoning, we're down to 16 players. So ace jack for Warwick under the gun. And he raises and gets that one through. Pretty sure we'll be balancing very shortly. Can't just have 5 players on this feature table. Ace 10 for Moto under the gun. Extremely short-handed now. So that's strong from there. And he will raise.
Up to 27.
Was 5 deuce suited in the cutoff. Round to Mark Tomato, 3 deuce folds. Warwick in the big blind, ace 3 suited. He might want to defend with that. He makes the call. Clubs versus hearts. Gut shot for Moto there, and his ace 10 was still well in front. Only 2 threes as outs now for Warwick. All running clubs. So Warwick leads out into that flop. Ripping that is hit my big blind range and not your under the gun range. Moto calls with his gut shot draw. That 4 of clubs will help Warwick quite significantly. He's gone up to 12 outs now from where he was. He's sitting with just 2 outs. As I said, running clubs would help him. That is the first of them. continues his story. And now Moto, just with a gut shot here on this. No hearts. He's been asked the question. Warwick is putting him here to the test a little. 80k. Do you want to continue with just your gut shot draw? And the answer is no. And well played, Warwick. And looks like Ahmed is incoming to the feature table. So we're balancing back to 8 and 8. So we should get 3 players joining us at the feature table.
It's so heavy, I like
A single person. I thought it was me.
Here's a picture of those outer tables. And as I said, a lot of ladies in the field, which is very nice to see. And we're up to 12 tables in that little slam event. There's Gary out there on the outer tables, gleaning some information from that little slam event to bring back to us. Having a chat with Marino, who I spoke about earlier. So the action back on the feature table, under the gun, Ahmed.
92 plus 3.
Maxwell and that kid.
Players joining us in seat 6 is Ahmed Karim with 1.412 million chips. Lauren Pierre chipped up, we stayed around the same the whole night. In seat 7, 925,000, and in seat 8, Ray Adam in 220,000 chips. Thanks to the boys passing that on. So interesting dynamic with a poker couple next to one another. And Ahmed is raised and Lauren is calling immediately. So we're going to have interesting dynamic, as I said. Queen 10 in the big blind has defended Mark Damata. And that is a big flop for Ahmed. Nothing really for Moto O'Hara. It was Moto in the big blind, not Mark Damata. Moto. Nothing for Moto there with the Queen 10. Round to Ahmed is going to continue. He's got top pair and a flush draw. And a set of 5s for Lawrence. So as I said, this is going to be juicy. And the very first hand, they sit next to one another, we have big action. And she's going to re-raise here. And this money could all end up in the middle. Here comes the 3-bet with her set of 5s. He still has top pair with a flush draw. And the little smile across to him. When he comes along, looking for a heart on the turn. There's 8 outs at the top of the board. That is not one of them. He checks. Let's see how expensive Lauren makes it now. It's 296k in the middle. She's protecting against a flush and straight draw there. So I fancy a bet of close to 200. Gone a little smaller, 135. And Ahmed slides that into the muck. And she's going to show. No, she wanted to. No, because then she has to show the whole table and into the muck they go. So nice hand by Raismal by Ahmed. Very nice hand by Lauren. So they cross swords in the first hand that they sit down next to one another. So Mark Demat at the top there of the feature table, 1.7 million, Ahmed 1.3 and Lauren on 1.1 million. The bottom, Ray Adam, 18 bigs, 220,000.
So I just had a quick walk along the corridor there, and it'll be no surprise to tell you that Lum looks like he's the big stack in the the outside tournament. I didn't go all the way down and around, but he certainly seems to be dominating his table. Ray Rami is also quite healthy there in his chips, so that was good to see. And everybody seemed to be having a bit of a ball, which is good. That's what it's about. Small buy-in, fun tournament.
I had a little chat with Marina earlier. I saw you had a chat with her now there while you were out there.
Yeah, she had a babysitting issues to me, so I was helping her sort it out. Beautiful young woman, and her husband Nadeem will be up at the weekend.
Such a nice person as well.
And Ukrainian, so little things to worry about with her family back there. Anyway, back to the action here. Let's not get into the politics of the European war scene. So this is obviously our outer table for the high roller. Looks like we've got 2 players all in, and those chips are coming down to Mariat. No, they're coming down to Faisal.
Down to Faisal. Johnny D chipped up nicely. Gio's got a lot of chips. No, Gareth's got a lot of chips.
Yeah, Gareth is the chip leader in this tournament by a country mile.
Madazia, not desperately short yet. He's got a couple of blues there. Marietta's chipped up nicely. So Ray Adam relatively short stacked here as well as Joe.
Warwick with the suited connectors, 6,000, 12,000, 12,000 on the big blind ante.
Looking for rhymes, so I'm not going to say it.
Lauren folds that, and Warwick will get his steal from the cutoff 3.
Wicket. 115. Wicket.
No, you can see there to your left.
Oh, down 90. Oh, 115. Over 175. He's the Pope Catholic, huh? No, he's the Pope Catholic.
Much interest in the cricket.
Five set. No, it's been broken. 5 set. 1 to 4. 12,000. Everett's also struggling with the Really? It was 5 to 1 before the loss. 12,000. That can, yeah. Hello, Everett loses. An outgrab wins it.
Pocket queens here now for Moto in the cutoff. Raises.
He looks so small next to Ahmed. As I say, he loves sinking down in his chair like that.
Ahmed comes along.
Queens v5s, 9-2 for Lauren, they'll go in the muck.
Ray puts it all in.
Oh well, decision time. Not for Mojo, I think he's going to call here. I don't think he's going to run away from this.
Does he isolate now?
181,000 a call. Moto has to decide whether he wants to call or isolate. It's that simple. Yeah, he's all in. Fold from Ahmed. And ace 5 for Ray. So he's got the 1 over here. And he's a 35% dog at this time. So let's see if he's going to spike an ace. Or at least a 5 on the flop to give him some hope. Doesn't want to see a queen, that's for sure. So first 3 cards off the rank. And that's the card he didn't want to see.
Yeah.
These running diamonds are no good.
Yeah, diamonds are covered by Moto.
And that's that.
Drawing dead.
Drawing dead.
Ray Adam is eliminated from the high roller.
Well done, Ray. Good performance as always. Always nice to catch up with Ray, and no doubt we'll see him later in the week. So Ray Adam adds in 16th. So the pack do dwindle.
And a nice little chip up for Moto there as well. Fold it quickly round to Ahmed. A hijack.
Up to 28. 8,000.
The look on her face. She's out the way. Back to that shot of the little slam that has filled up so nicely with the 12 tables.
Looking good.
We're getting double and we're getting guaranteed for that last hour.
It's not like people are folding.
12,000?
Yeah, yeah. We have Joe's. You get to watch a few hands only now and then when he's involved in one. Raise up to 20,000. Oh wow, he's about to break back. That's on. It would be 7 to 10. 66 cents. I mean, that's supposed to be wow, 8 to 10. Yeah, that's what I want to I mean,
Zebra at 8 to 10.
no,
So meanwhile, the action has moved on.
like I just think those are better spots.
And Warwick stacks the chips in that hand.
So wicket and
Catching up on some admin in the back.
another wicket. Party.
Okay.
button moves.
Hand 149.
I think for me that's close, guys.
And that is blinds up.
I think it was given
Next hand. The blinds will be 8,000, 16,000, 16 on the big blind.
I'll be
Empty.
double edged, huh?
There's 15 players left. Average stack is now 1.1 million.
Indeed it is. Look at that.
So they lost Le Mans or they lost Baghdad.
So if you haven't got $1 million bucks, you're not an average stack. There you go.
Ahmed with $1 million. Lauren
There
with
is
$1
Lauren
million.
with her average stack. 1.1 million. I never thought I'd say that. Sure. Was Goni with below average stack. Joe with a significantly below average stack. Jeepers. 1.1 million the average stack, guys. Mark with 1.7 here. So yeah. 816 are the new blind levels, and we have an hour to run on this level.
CISO says, come on Lauren and Ahmed. So it's a support for the power poker couple who have already crossed swords in their first hand sitting next to one another.
Long may it continue. It's good. I hate playing on the same table as my wife, but I could never pull a bluff against her because in simple terms it should just call me down.
Must be 122. Big line 5, 105. Yeah. The wicket came first pull after the timeout.
So we will play down to 9 players and then we will stop the clock and we will redraw for seats. Whether that happens before the end of this level or after is irrespective. At the end of this level there will be an hour dinner break for the high rollers, and closely followed, used from the front, by the little slam, who will go about 15 minutes later. They are not going to pause the clock, they're going to run out the level. It'll save a bit of congestion at the takeaway outlets downstairs, I'm sure. Okay, it's Wacky Wednesday at Steers, whatever that means. Apparently you get 1 burger or 2 burgers for the price of 1. So we're going to go Whack Wednesday down in Steers, apparently.
So we've gone 3-way to the flop here. Was raised from the cutoff and has found the gut shot. Mark the Mata with the ace high still in front. Warwick checks, background to Moaz. It's checked, ace catches now for Mark.
Mark is miles ahead, 91%. Warwick is drawing essentially dead.
Mark comes out betting.
And Mars is not going to call for a gut shot, that's for sure.
Yeah, both players quickly out the way. Got respect for him and they just fold very quickly. So 40k in the middle now pre-flop, guys.
Lots of money. Loads of money. 8, 16, 24, 32, 40.
So Joe, as you said, needs to find a few hands and a few spots here.
He does indeed.
What they're going to do now is table.
Yep. 197. Record.
So Joe moved all in, took down the hand, adding to his chip stack. He needs to do that a few times.
So we're at hand 152, and we're getting near to the business end of this tournament. 6 people get paid, 1 million through to 110,000. We have shown you the prize pool a few times, but we will load it up once we go to final table, so you can see what's going on and who's who in the zoo and when we're on the bubble, etc., etc. Okay, Lauren comes into the action here with a raise up to 37,000. Was Ghani with a Jack 9 suited. Gets out of the way. Joe Steggers with the Raggedy Ace also gets out of the way. Closely followed by Mark DeMata and Warwick. So Moto's folded, and Ahmed gives Lauren a walk with 6-3 offsuit. Yeah, it's a difficult dynamic when you're playing poker against friends, girlfriends, colleagues, and the like, because everybody's looking for something to complain about. But the truth is, it normally manifests itself as a stronger play than what you would play against other people because of that dynamic. So never an issue for me. I mean, Lauren and Ahmed and was as well really good pals. So you know they hang around a lot, and certainly no quarter given or asked on the poker scene. Looks like a big pot brewing out in the other table. We'll bring you news if we lose any players. We'll keep following in the action here on the feature table.
So raised by Mark from the hijack with the King Queen. Motor's already out the way. Ahmed, it's a hand you'd like to play. We've seen him in spots like his 3-bet this, guys.
Yep.
And he's reaching for 3-betting chips.
Back round to Mark, who's currently got the better hand. $79,000 a call.
Nicely played by Ahmed. Just putting the pressure back. King Queen's a reasonable hand, but when you get 3-bet, you suddenly don't like it so much anymore. There's Mr. Harold Brooks, stacking chips. Nice stack of blues on the top there. It looks like he's just taken in a nice hand. So Mark, 5, 6, pocket sixes here. Gonna raise it up. Raises to 40k. Lauren in the small blind. She folds round to Moaz. Moaz with pocket eights.
Does he flat? Does he raise? He doesn't fold. Six-8 on the flop would be really sick. No sickness, good. Eights are miles ahead here, of course. Only a one outer for the sixes. Mark's going to bet the high cards. Let's see if Boz is going to stick around.
Pained look, betting, just about position there. So Mark takes it down with a lesser hand. Those pocket sixes with the one out, guys, while you were out. Twice, Chrissy Late got it all in. Needed a one outer, found it both times on the turn.
Nothing wrong. Where is he now, though?
Yeah, well, this is it, but we did say he should go and play roulette and put it all on six.
Yeah, indeed. It's a big hand out here.
666. Were you thinking what's going on here? Oh, that's funny.
Looks like Marietta's heads up against Gio here. Turn card in play. Gio's bet what appears to be around about 95,000.
Supposedly makes sense, is there, right?
Folded round to Ahmed. Lauren, let's go with the button. Was in the small blind. Limps in. No help for Joe there. Check, check. King now from Wise, gut shot for Joe. Checked again. Puts in a little bit on the river.
So forgive me for a moment, I'm actually watching the outer table on a different camera. It looked like Huawei Sun was getting into a Gareth there.
So Moaz takes that hand down with the king 3 suited, having hit his king. Played quite cautiously from Moaz because it's playing against the short stack. You know it can move in with a much wider range quite easily. Warwick with ace king. Raises to 41,000. Motor out the way. Ahmed also with a king.
So the big pot on the outside table was Harold Brooks versus Huawei Sun, and Harold folded and Huawei took the hand down. I don't know if it was massive, but there's certainly a few chips in the middle. Back to the action on the feature table. Ace King versus Ace King, all in.
All in.
Mark to master with Ace 10.
He'll get out the way. Warwick makes the call. They've got the same suits. One higher in diamonds, one higher in clubs.
Yeah, so we don't want to see clubs or diamonds because that would be sick. Okay, there's no sweat.
All hearts.
And as they say, everybody loves a chop pot. So the trivia question is, who was the man who lost with pocket aces to pocket aces in the one drop?
So you're both the same suits, 5 and clubs.
They will be frantically Googling that now. I'm not going to give you time to Google it. If you don't know who had aces v aces in the one drop for $1 million, and he got sucked out on with a heart flush by Kerry Katz, was a gentleman called Connor Drynan. $1 million and you got aces v aces. That's pretty crappy.
And you get 4 card flushed.
The sickest feeling. There's another video, of course, for WSOP main event, where an Asian gentleman is up against another gentleman who's got ginger hair and wearing a singlet vest. The Asian gentleman has quad aces, the other guy has the royal flush. That's a proper sucker. He went out in the World Series of Poker with quad aces. At least you wouldn't have to hang yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, scary. $10,000. Yes. 150,000 rands. Maybe 160,000 at the moment.
So Mark Tamata has chosen this point to 3-bet against Moaz.
Wells has chosen this point to find himself an ace-king. Don't know if we're playing for stacks here, but this could get a bit fruity.
Was 4-betting.
205. Here comes the fold. Good move by Moaz.
Mark asked him the question, was answered him emphatically.
And that was all she wrote. So let's have a little look at, I'm assuming Gareth Khalil's chip count.
Yeah, it is.
They're not in the nice stacks of 20 we'd like to see them in, but suffice to say that will equal around about 3 million.
Yeah, I would imagine that's just even a little bit more than 3 million there.
And Gio Zanetti collecting chips in the background also.
Ten 9 suited for Lauren.
Before the game. Okay, can I get better? Up to 30. 30,000.
Pocket 6s for Moaz. That's it, go.
Easy. Cost nothing to fold.
Was a statement, it costs nothing to fold.
He's right, apart from your blinds, obviously. So, Warren picks up the 40k there. Motor will be very quiet.
Still chase the score.
So what's going on here? Looks like a big stack of chippies. Turn card comes down. Looks like action on Chio.
Oh, yeah, 10 is different. Yeah, well, they make it. That's what I'm saying. Like 190, yes, they can chase.
Told you yesterday, the stiffest side, the thicker.
Looks like Faisal checked.
Think about it. He's always a one-team army.
There is a bet for the player this side. And Faisal is called, so the action continues. It's either Harold or Johnny D.
16, we'll be able to watch the second half. Our break, eh?
Well, I think the listeners is already placed
So
an
Johnny D.
I think we'll have to go there. Oh, that's 16.
He has bet the river. It's action on Faisal.
Up to 41. 41,000.
Huge, huh? Huge. No, that's easy. That hand's proper easy. It's
Okay, Johnny shows his cards. And looks like the chips are all going to Faisal. Okay, back to the feature table. Let's see what's going on there.
46,000.
Appears that Ahmed is has his cards, unfortunately.
one of those weirdish.
349. Ace-8 for Mark D'Amato. We don't know what Mohammed's got. Sorry, what Ahmed's got.
Raise up to 120.
The raise is 120. Mark's missed his flop completely. Looks like a fold is in order. He won't be overly happy about it because he's had to fold a couple of hands here and has donated a few chips over the last couple of hands. Hey ho, that's poker.
Yeah, between Ahmed and Muaz, they've made him fold a few times and cost him a few chips. That is what they do, put pressure on you.
There's a lot of chips.
So you're saying it's got you?
No.
No, they got way more. But when someone has a 4x average, that does not.
16 women in play, we only have like 6.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe less. 1, 2, 3.
Gareth,
4.5.
Gareth has 4 million as one unit. That's a bit of a...
And 160 of the day was under the gun.
Yeah, obviously. 4. 16,000.
Jack, 5 of clubs. We could be playing these. Oh, he is. He's going to play them early position.
No.
No.
There was a little double bluff at Lauren. They of course also know one another very well.
Folded round to Warwick. Warwick's out of the way. What's Moto got here? 8-7. He'll have a little stab at this if he can steal some chips.
No, I can't look. Wait. Up to 38.
See if he can get his blinds back. 7-4 for Lauren. I can't think of any reason for her to float to you. Maybe she's just going to call it off.
2800. Let me know what's next.
1,500, 3,000. The next time you get in the little slam, your blind will be 1, 5, 3 and 3,000 on the big blind X.
Did Mortal get that one? One day if I raise it.
Is that little slam buzzing along?
Booming, just booming.
Lovely to see the poker room so nice and full.
You gotta think about these things, brother.
Joe with 9-6 here. They're going in the muck.
I'm very patient, Joe, but he's had a lot to fight with. Warwick with a suited ace 5.
No, I'm saying you know what I mean? And then I just up to 40,000. Not like I have smashed like every game. Yeah. Straight 42.
Round 2, Lauren. Wise in the big. And he gives it up, and Warwick will take that one down.
Warwick sitting at 529. The average stack, I was going to say 1.1 million, but you can see it there for yourself. We've got 32 minutes to the break.
Reminder the players that are playing a little slam, that is a re-entry event. It's a re-entry event. You can re-enter this event to the first round level.
Round to Ahmed in the cutoff with pocket 9s.
Fold. So sad news from one of the other tables that Marriott, the outer table, Marriott Language has just been knocked out. We're watching on the other camera just leave the venue. So I think that's down to 15 or 14. We shall see.
Here's Marriott taking the walk out past the booth where we are inside.
We'll put both tournaments on the same level. So at 10 to 75 we'll just stop mid-level and we'll take it out there. So 10 to 70 we'll stop mid-level and everyone will on the same level.
So back to the feature table, 40k in the middle and 163. Warwick, top left of your screen there, will be our under the gun player. Local time 18:21. Central Africa time.
That sounds good. I'll take a 514. That sounds good too. And then we can watch it. It's too early. Too long. Somebody usually takes 14 when that's max, right? Up to 38. 38,000.
Ace Jack for Moto. He's raised it up to 38k. Under the gun +1. Three bets him.
Out of the way, and Ahmed will take this down with the 7-6. Suited in spades, no less. We're trying to get a shot of the outer table. I can see that Johnny's counting chips again, which has become synonymous with every time we've gone near him. And just as I say that, we lost the link to the mobile camera. Sounds like a Batari problem to me.
Action on Moto. Folds around to Ahmed, suited ace. Lauren and Moore's quickly out the way, round to Joe. Nothing for him. Mock Tomato folds. Just round to Warwick in the big blind.
What has Warwick got? 8-5. No good. As Ahmed picks up two 40k pots in a row there. Got to keep chipping away. Keeping your stack healthy. And Joe with 12 bigs now. Approaching the danger zone.
Why don't we just go eat there? No, it's in the ocean. It's a takeaway. It's a food court. It's a food court. The best thing is isn't there tables there? And go to the room. More uneducated like baristas and sitting there. I don't know. I'm good. I'd rather get something chill. It's an hour.
Ahmed under the gun. Jack 4.
Pocket threes for Lauren.
Joe in the tank here a little as what to do with the A7. Deciding is this the moment or do I just let this go? He lets it go. Mark Tomato folds the button. Warwick in the small, nothing to contest with. Round to Moto. Defends with a 9-8.
Getting a bit sticky there with his little 9-8.
Sure.
That'll be a nice little sticky move though, eh?
Flops the joint.
Indeed he does. Yeah, the good news is that Lauren's only got threes here.
Yeah, she checks behind.
Nothing she can do. Oh no, that was a problem. Berto flops the joint. Lauren turns a set. And if the board doesn't pair up, we are going to have some carnage here.
much I haven't been? 45,000. Like a spy station thing, you know,
So Moto snaps it up there to 150. Lauren thinking, what can he have called me with here pre-flop? Does he have one of the other sets?
Does he have just a 4 in his hand? He's got a straight, never mind the 8-9. She wants to see that board pair. A pairing board for her.
She's drawing dead now. Tough spot for Lauren here.
So it was a half pot bet. There's now 600,000 in that pot. Real tough spot for Lauren. Got a set. Got 2 4-card straights out there. Either a 8 or a 4 makes a straight.
Tough spot. Lauren's good enough to fold this. Without doubt, she's good enough to fold it. It's whether or not she believes Moto. She calls him off, and she'll see he flopped the straight. Yeah, difficult spot there, Lauren. Unlucky. I think it was as hard to call as it was as hard to fold. Nice hand. Moto, and he'll pick up a big gain there. Take him over the 1 million mark for sure.
Plus 396. Big gain.
Joe down to 12 bigs here. And we got 20 minutes to run on the level.
There's Johnny D in a big hand again. Action on Joe. He's folded. Round to Mark Tamata. He's folded in the cutoff. Warwick on the button. Raises. Ace Jack for Moto in the small blind. He's 3-betted with the ace-jack suited. Action back on Warwick. And he'll let that go. It's a nice hand for Moto.
Anyone else for something to drink? I'll take a water. 4. Anyone else? No one else. That's your 6.
What?
Terrible. Well, no. Yeah, I guess.
But you thought
Oh, yeah, I know. The river also made me cool.
So we're slowly edging towards that dinner break. Players will get a welcome rest.
I understand. Correct. I thought the exact, I see on my lap, I thought the exact same thing, but then that hand that he turned
That
over makes
exact
sense.
But
16? Yeah.
bet in that one. On the top. I'm checking everything else.
Raise up to 35? 35,000?
Raised to 35,000.
35 to some.
Hold it round to Lauren in the big blind. Well, Jack 8 suited. She may decide to defend with that. She comes along. So we'll go 2-way to the flop. Lauren finds her jack, nothing for Mark. She's going to check and he's going to rep that ace. So action on Lauren, deciding whether she wants to call one street with her jack. He's representing, he's got the ace, she comes along. So Mark needs some help on the turn, or he's going to have to just bluff her off this one. That is no help to him. There's a diamond flush out there, royal flush draw out there. Lauren checks. Now it depends whether Mark shuts down or continues. He's check behind. Lauren might think she's good now. She checks. Let's see if he's given up on the hand. He gives up and her jack is good. So a little plus 93, that'll make her feel better. Rebuilding after that hand against Moto, where she turned a set and he had flopped the straight already. There's a view of that little slam event. Filled up very nicely today. A number of re-entries in that as well. Players enjoying the deep stack play. So action on Warwick in the hijack. Folds around to Ahmed. The button. King Queen. Standard raise of 38. Lauren with an ace. She knows his range is wide from the button. There comes the 3-bet. The wry smile on his face. He just pulled his lips. Moaz gets out the way. And Ahmed is a quick folder. She shows the ace. Taps the table. Tells her king queen. So there's the timing string. 101 entries now already. So those moving up very nicely there. 95 players still in, so there have been 6 either out or have rebought. So that's creeping up very nicely. And they're only on round 4, and they get up till round 9 is re-entry, till the end of level 9. Same as the high roller and super high roller. Got about 13 minutes left on this level, and then we'll go to a dinner break. Lauren of Pocket Kings now on the button. Perfect place to have them. Everybody thinks you're trying to steal from the button. So she'll put the standard 38k raise in. Hey, she made one less, 37. Trying to entice somebody. 6-7 suited for Joe. Does he decide this is his moment to shove back against the button? It's, the earlier poker books used to say if you've got a suited connectors like that, you could shove with that in a situation like this. He's taken the more conservative route to flat call. Lauren asks how much he's got behind. She flops the full house. Checked it for deception. Joe is drawing dead. She's getting him to try and hang himself there. He checks. She bets now.
Just go there. That should be. Yeah, it takes 10 minutes. Be fine.
He's putting on a hand like ace queen or something like that. He thinks he's still got the flush draw. He thinks he's still got a 6 live and a 7 live. It's all the things running through his mind. Doesn't know that he's already way dead. Doesn't have a lot left behind now, Joe. Trying to work it out. Tank for a good few minutes now, and he wisely gets out the way. Nice hand, Lauren. Philip is shuffling up. Wayno says he was in the gallery when he watched that hand live, aces versus aces at the one drop, 2014 if he's not mistaken. He will remember when he was in Vegas, will Wayno?
I'm surprised he remembers anything, Wayno, to be honest. Big shout out to Wayno listening out there. Captain Dobkins, nice to see you online. And I think you're right. I think it was 2014. Sickening. I nearly threw up watching it. Yes. Yeah, Prashal and Pile got the answer, of course. But yeah, what a sick hand that was. Super sick. Not one you ever want to see repeated. Okay, so I think by my reckoning we've got about 10 minutes to run on the level, probably less actually. Joe Steger's all in here with Queen 3, 8 minutes and 30 seconds to play. And Joe was saying he played that hand blind. So Joe was in the small blind there, so he gets the big blind for his trouble.
Moto will be under the gun. About 7 minutes left in the level. And we had a little look at the timing screen on that little slam gazer when you were out there. Over 100 players now.
Yeah, it's rocking, huh? It is rocking. Long way to Sun City, so high level of commitment from the players. Very nice indeed. Well done indeed.
So Ahmed's raise. He's got folds all the way around. Just Warwick left in the big blind. Queen 10 suited. Sure, he's defending with that. Makes the call. He finds top pair. Nothing there for Ahmed. Continues. Warwick makes the call. King no help for Ahmed other than a card to bluff at. Checked. Ahmed bets. Upsizes the turn. 80,000 from his flop bet. Gets Warwick to fold.
Interesting. Nice play on it. Nice play indeed, sir.
Using that stack, putting the pressure.
The other queen. Still living on the third card. You jack card. Maybe you can have a draw.
Mohammed will be the under the gun player. Falls quickly on to Lauren. She lets that go up to Moaz.
Oh, good. Joe Stegger's all in here. No, ace 3. Yep. Pocket 3s for Mark the Martyr. He won't know, but he's dominating here. Mark 1.4 million behind, he's got to call 177,000. So Joe's still got a little bit of fold equity on his side to scare him off. It's not standard. He's still got Warwick to his left.
Yeah, and
standard.
Moto.
Good fold. Warwick will fold as well. There's no calling there. And Moto with King 7 gets out of the way. And Moto and Joe know each other very, very well.
Joe just shows the ace, at which point Mark will know he was flipping. He was actually not even flipping, he had him dominated. He will think that Joe had 2 overs. The clock winding down, around a minute left. Before the players go on their dinner break.
Pocket 8s for the young lady.
They found rhythm, you know what I mean? That's
Jack 10 suited.
Can the 2 of you just fuck off back to where you came from? I mean,
Was out the way. Oh, nice one for Joe.
Joe push again. He gets some credit here as well because he's been pushing light.
The problem is his stack size. Any 3 bet makes it look incredibly strong. He has to actually just put it across the line and hope for a call.
Yeah. This is what he's doing. He's lining himself up for the all in here. And Lauren's going to call him off here, I'm pretty sure. 1 minute to go on the level.
Warwick's out the way.
Round to Lauren.
She makes the call.
Standard. She'll see the bad news. Unlucky Joe, she says. Oh dear, gotta love her, gotta love it.
It's already telling him he's unlucky. He's safe on the flop. 1 out for Lauren. That is not it. Joe is still safe. And Joe gets a welcome double up.
And that is all they wrote. Okay, so that's the last hand of the level. When we come back, we'll have a new feature table. We're now on a 1 hour dinner break, so this is us signing off, and we'll be back in an hour.